Hail to the Phantom Menace. This is Bear at Bear Nerd Fun. This is the fourth wave, late edition. And we have a panel going on. Please, everybody, introduce yourselves. CJ. CJ.
I'm the CJH. I'm the CJH. I guess that's as much as you need to know.
We'll be live a little later, around 10 o'clock or 10:30, 11 on the CJH channel. Mads?
Hey, Al. Mads Mama Bear here.
Free talk movies, TV shows.
Trying that again. Mads Mama Bear here. You can find me at Mads Mama Bear, both on Twitter and on YouTube. I do some supernatural stuff, I do some cooking, and I just do some random stuff that catches my attention.
Mama Bear is the mama of the Phantom Menace.
Yes. Well, I'm Chris. I am one half of the Real Review 3000, and you can find me here when I can get here at times. Bear and I and some other people also do the Mandalorian Roundtable on Sundays. So, good fun.
Yeah, fun stuff.
Yes, indeed.
And I'm the last guy, so I am Drew Taylor, staff writer for Bounding Into Comics. You can find me on YouTube here at Supreme Heretic. You can also find me on Twitter at Supreme Heretic. So I'm always writing something or doing a panel somewhere. So you can always read me or see me.
So, what are you working on, Drew? What you got going on?
Oh, right now I'm working on getting better because I got hit with a really nasty cold. So I'm just kind of taking the weekend to just chill and recoup. And then Monday, I'm sure I'll be busy because I got a lot of stories in the pipe. I got to do my review of the Midway movie. So got that I got to write up in that
1917 movie.
What's that?
1970. Oh no, you're talking about Midway, the actual.
Yeah,
movie.
the one that recently came out. Yeah,
no,
it's the Roland Emmerich film. It was actually done well, by the way, guys. So if you've seen the old Midway movie that had, oh God, I can't remember who all was in that. There was a lot of big names in that one. It's actually, in my opinion, it's a little bit better than that, but it's not too bad. So I've got that coming, and then of course we'll have whatever's hot during the week that's going on in pop culture. Bounding, we always have it up, so just read me at Bounding.
Didn't you the other day say you had some writer block going on? What'd you do to fix that?
I just kind of chilled out and gamed for a while. It's that's the thing, man. Once a gamer, always a gamer. It seems like you go back to your favorite thing for a little while, and it can almost function as a cure-all. That's what I did. Did a couple hours of gaming, and that cleared it right up.
Well, I just typoed myself. Literally.
Oh, Bear.
I was messaging Zod real quick, and I was like, Sod, no, Dodd, no. It's like typo.
Growing things on, I guess. I don't know.
It's like, okay, typing fast. Okay, that didn't work. A little slower.
Also, the Sentinel, I appreciate the kind words. Thanks for the nice thoughts, my guy. Appreciate you there in the chat.
Now we just need to get Lurch Troll in the chat, and we'll be complete.
Yeah.
Oh man, that was
Tommy's
wild.
doing great in the chat as well.
Who has a troll in here?
Tommy's a beast, man. He's like the mod of the mod god.
Yeah, I got to stream with Lurch Troll last night.
Yeah,
That was cool. Got to meet him for the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Learn Steve in the chat.
I don't have a troll. I don't know why I don't have a troll. Actually, the only troll I think I've had was like every person that Renfamous sent to me. And they didn't even troll me. They trolled Sean through my video that I did, not him, and it was weird.
I got tag teamed by Yoda and Yaddle the other day. So.
Ooh.
Those idiotic people on Twitter, Mama Bear?
Yeah. Honestly, I think it's the same person, but.
Oh, they probably are. Yeah. I mean, you can just read the tweets and tell it's the same person.
They just make themselves, like one person tweeting themselves back and forth, talking to themselves on. Can you imagine that if you had like 3 or 4 Twitter accounts and you like answered your own tweets and talk, you know?
I'm really pretty sure it's the same person doing like most of it.
Man, that would drive me nuts because you know what? I just deleted 1,900 notifications from YouTube in my email.
Oh,
that was from just November and now.
No, I don't even want to think about how many I have on there. I need to go and do that.
You know what I do? I use the search select and I delete them all at once.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, but I have on Twitter, like every conversation I have with all of you guys, every conversation I still have.
Yeah, same here in Twitter. Yeah.
Scroll down. Where is that? Yep. Where's that conversation? There it is. Boom. Because I have group conversations, I have one-on-one conversations, things like that. And oh my God, it's crazy.
Yeah, we've been expanding our the Fourth Wave Creator Chat, and we want to basically build a network. Promote other YouTubers as well, bring them up.
So Mr. Bear, what are the topics for the evening, sir?
Well, we can start off with stars, man. Last night, I was out. It was fairly late, and the moon had just come out, and it was the tail end of the full moon. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking toward the south and looking up, and from east to west, I saw a shooting star go kind of at an angle away from the moon, and it was kind of cool. Got to say, haven't seen one in a while, and so that was really neat. Because here in Washington State, when the clouds open up, you go outside and you see the sky, you see the stars. Mm-hmm. Because if you don't, you ain't gonna see none for maybe a day, 2, could be a week. You never know. And so yeah, it's been raining here. It does that rain, little soft rain with a little bit of wind. And I prefer it without the wind, honestly.
The wind has a bite to it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And
go ahead.
And I can pretty much know that there's definitely going to be some kind of weather change when there's wind coming out of the south. That means some rain's coming in.
No, interesting fact. If you've ever watched Jaws, the shooting star in the scene when they're on the ocean is an actual shooting star. It was not put in.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's an actual shooting star. And if you want to see something really cool, come to Kansas City, and I'll drive you about 20, 30 minutes outside of the city to an old rock quarry where in the middle of the night it gets really dark and the skies are wide open. You can see everything. And I'll tell you right now, I have watched, and it is yet to stop. I can watch stars go and move around.
Okay. I'm just going to interject on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Travel to this city you've never been. Come meet this guy that you know is a little off kilter, so he can take you to a rock quarry.
I'll have the cops follow.
This is the beginning of like half of the creepypastas out there.
No, there is this rock quarry outside of the city, and you can see these stars move.
Hey, I have been in Kansas.
Sentinel meteorologist.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kansas.
I can tell you about an experience I had in Kansas.
Which part of Kansas?
It would have to be close to, what is it, 80 that goes through Kansas? I-80?
I-70. I-70 goes straight through Kansas.
Yeah, it was smack dab in the middle of Kansas somewhere.
Salina, Goodland, Hayes, Kansas.
I don't really remember the name, but we stopped to go swimming.
Mm-hmm.
And
that was your first wrong thing to do.
Oh, I knew it. As soon as I was in the water, I got out because I saw, water moccasins. I'm out of the freaking water. I was in 5 minutes. I got in, got out. And I'm like, guys, get out. They're like, why? Water moccasins. And so they got out fast.
Yeah, no.
And so that was probably the first bath that we probably had in 5-6 days. We were on tour following the other ones. It's basically it's Bob Weir, Bill Kreutzmann, all the members of the Grateful Dead except Jerry, because Jerry had passed a few years before that. And it is the first time that all the members got together and played together. And so I was following them across country. And we stopped in Kansas, and I had a crew with me. I had some younger kids, and over 21, of course, and with us. And I was sort of like the ringleader, I guess you could say, because I was the oldest one of all of them. And they were young, and so they definitely needed some guidance. And so we were 2 cars caravan together, and we stopped at this gas station. And I got some dreadies that are with me, and there is a Korean store / eatery next to the gas station.
You were in Junktown,
Junction
City, Kansas. You had to have been there because that's Korean through and through.
Yeah. And so first thing I frickin' told them was stay out of that place. First damn thing I told them, don't go in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, them people are gonna frickin' freak out on you. They never seen no one with no dreads before, and what they do, they frickin' went in there, and so they called the police, and then again this guy this police, he did not shake us down, didn't search. 'Cause I'm sure one of us was holding something. It was the alternate Grateful Dead tour. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so he comes to me. He sees my license. He goes, "You can't drive. Your license suspended." She can though, and he's like he's talking to me. He was from Griffith, Indiana, and I used to do a lot of hanging out in Griffith, Indiana. There was a bar in Griffith, Indiana that I used to go to, and so he goes, "Man, it is really nice to see someone from the hometown." And we talked there. I smoked a couple cigarettes. We talked about for 15 minutes, and he asked me about what stuff was going on, what had changed, and so we just. Two old neighbors that ain't seen each other in a long time talking. And I seem to have this effect on people every now and then. People want to tell me stuff. And I like to talk. I'm a good conversationalist. And so we talked for a minute. And he's like, I'm going to give you an escort out of town. And he goes, had you not been here, more than likely all these people here would be going to jail. And he goes, really nice to see you, man. Nice to see someone from home. When you come back, don't stop here.
No, yeah.
He goes, you can stop here, be by yourself, because you got manners and you're a nice guy. But those dreaded people, don't bring them back. And he's like, I'm gonna escort you out. And so my friend drove, and we all left. And we went up to the next town, and we stopped. And I had a long conversation with those guys. I'm like, I explained to them, I go, you don't go in Korean stores or Asian stores. When you're dready, because they never seen nothing like that before, especially in the middle of a small little town area, and it freaked them out. And so,
no, you're talking about 3 hours away from where I live. I live in Missouri, actually. I know everybody's like, Kansas City? You live in Missouri? Yeah, it's the Twin Cities. It's the original Twin Cities.
Every person that I ever talked to, because I used to be a telemarketer for about 2.5 years. And I had people from Missouri calling me. And when I would say Missouri, they'd be like, oh, no, sir, that's not how it's called. It's called Missouri.
No, it depends on
and then people would call, they'd be from Louisville.
Mm-hmm.
And I said Louisville. They're like, no, that's not called that, man. It's called Louisville. And so I did that a few times, and these people kept correcting me. So it's like, okay, I'm going to start calling it Louisville, Missouri. And no problems after that. Didn't get corrected. They're like, man, I'm surprised you knew how to say that. I'm just like,
you got these people. You know what? I'd love to, if you had a time machine, go back. And, am I frozen?
No,
you're good. No.
It just froze on my screen. So
it was a brief blip.
Okay. But I'd love to go back in a time machine and see these guys, like the people who founded the place and named it, and see what they said.
Yeah, exactly.
This is Louisville, Missouri. And then all the people would just be like, no, that's not right.
You know, Chris, one thing about like where you live, I've always wondered like what Arrowhead Stadium was like. I've always wanted to like check it out.
Arrowhead Stadium is just craziness. So they set the sound, the crowd noise record, which is I think it was 144.7, 143.7, something like that.
Yeah, Seahawks had it.
And yeah, well, we had it. Seahawks took it. We took it back. And I will make a very good point about this. Arrowhead Stadium is a stadium that was built starting in 1969. It opened in 1973, and it is the old type of stadium that was not necessarily designed for crowd noise. It was just designed for max capacity because at one time it held like 70 some odd thousand people. Right. I think it's around 66 now because they more luxury boxes, things like that, when they redid it or they remodeled it. The Seahawks Stadium was designed to entrap the sound of the crowd. It was designed to be a menace to the visiting team. And so I tell people that the fact that they got it was not really a surprise. The fact that they can't take it back is. Mm-hmm. I mean, granted, you have to get Guinness Book of World Records out and all that fun stuff, but it is a beautiful stadium, and so's Kauffman Stadium right next door to it. I'd say the only thing that most people complain around here about is that like our baseball stadium isn't downtown, which I don't really care. It's a great stadium that we have, which is funny because it's not owned by the team. The owner of the team does not own it. The city owns it, and it's paid for by taxes of Johnson County and Clay County, Missouri. And we did this vote to basically do the renovations on it. And the vote passed, but they had another thing on there, which was for a rolling roof, which was an original idea. Clark Hunt, who owned the team, or I mean, is it Clark Hunt? No, Clark Hunt. No, wait. I can't remember. Anyways,
are you talking about
Lamar Hunt? I'm sorry, Lamar Hunt. They had a rolling roof, so the roof would roll from one stadium over the next, so it would be a dome stadium. And they never built it. Well, they offered to build it again when they did the vote. The money that the taxpayers had to pay passed. The money that the businesses would have had to pay in taxes didn't, and that would have paid for the rolling roof. So we almost had a roof. And that would have been like a Super Bowl or something, even though they
oh yeah, that would have been guaranteed.
Next year we have the NFL draft here.
Yeah, it seems like Arrowhead's one of those like old school type stadiums. I think I was telling you I grew up, and I still am since 1979. I've been a Browns fan through and through because, I live like just 40 minutes away from downtown Cleveland. So
Municipal Stadium was one of the best stadiums.
Oh, dude, Municipal Stadium was great, dude. It was great. It was an experience. There'll never be anything like it again. And when we lost the team in 95, I mean, it was great getting a new stadium, but man, things have never been the same. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like the stadium now, First Energy is a good place to see a game, and it's awesome.
Yeah, no.
But yeah, it's nowhere like the way the atmosphere was in the old stadium.
No, I did a opening night DJ event on the steps of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when they were doing the concert and everything. I got to be backstage for that whole Hall of Fame concert. And that was, to this day, I mean, I've been to a Live Aid with my uncle years ago in '84. I went to a couple of the events for Live 8, which was the one where the Police and Pink Floyd and stuff did stuff at. And to this day, that Hall of Fame concert that they threw when they opened up the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is absolutely one of the best events I've ever been to. And that was in the old Municipal Stadium. And you just can't beat that. I mean, I really was sad when they got rid of it. It's just like, you know.
Now I will say, and you know this because you're a Royals fan. If you've ever been up this way for a road game, the Indians Stadium is still one of the best in the majors.
It was one of the first ones that in the new builds that they did in like '93 or '4, was it?
It was '94, yeah.
Yeah. And no, it's a beautiful stadium. Oh, it's just perfect. And
oh yeah, that place is awesome.
And you know, that's when we did our stadium redo. That's what they were going for, is add some of those things. So when the old stadium, before we did all the renovations, you could only it's a pie shape. So, but it had seats out here in the outfield kind of, and then it would come back around and go all the way around here. Well, now it goes all the way around the whole stadium. They've added seats here. Royal Stadium, or Kauffman Stadium, actually is the largest privately funded fountain in the world.
Yeah, I'm glad that they kept the fountains in center.
Well, they've taken down like about a third of them because they added seats and stuff, but they still have a bunch up there. They'll never get rid of it all. And we sold the team, or the team just sold from the Glass family, which is so we're only on our third ownership group.
Yeah,
we're still pretty young we're older teams. We have a history because the Yankees. We had a lot of history with the Yankees in the late '70s and early '80s. And I grew up. That was when I was growing up, and my grandmother knew all the team and the Royals and the Chiefs. They would come into our cafe. I'd meet these people, George Brett, all of that. I remember going to games, and my dad would just go down to the bottom of the stands there and call George over, and he'd come over and talk with us for 30 minutes before a game. Not even warm up, really. It was kind of
the chat's getting restless because we're on a sports tangent.
Yeah. Star Wars.
Shut up. Star Wars.
So what's the latest news you guys been hearing about Star Wars? Because I've been hearing things about JJ. I've been hearing
pod
things
racing. That's
pod racing.
Yeah, I don't do spoilers, guys. Just understand that. I know people are like, what? Everything is spoiler with Star Wars. Yeah, I am crazy about that. I'm 1 week away from not knowing anything about this movie and going and seeing it.
Oh, no kidding.
I just keep it's just constantly in my head. We're 5 days away from the train wreck.
We won't necessarily talk about any spoilers per se, but we'll talk about the stuff that's true but without details, and the fact that they've proven to us it's true, and by the way they're acting and the things they've done, and the fact that Jar Jar Abrams were renting space inside his head for free.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I said
what classifies as a spoiler for you? Because I know some people even consider trailers as spoilers.
No, I do not count anything that's media hype, like stuff that they put on talk shows. I don't consider that spoiler. I don't consider trailers spoiler. I did trailer reviews or trailer reactions already. That's just that. Okay, so the way I look at movies is, especially Star Wars, is how I looked at it when I was growing up, and that you got the trailers and you got like that 30-second clip on Letterman or
That's right.
Carson, and that was it. That's all you would get.
I remember occasionally on Saturday after the cartoons, there'd be a trailer.
Yeah. And that's normal, but I revel in the fact that when I went in to see The Last Jedi, I knew nothing about it. I think maybe that's why I didn't mind the movie, is because I didn't know anything about it. I mean, and I understand all the flaws and stuff, but it's a, it's the fact that I can work it into the universe, but I shouldn't have to. They should have done a lot more with Luke's character, or at least told us something. I've always said that they did the perfect thing with Rogue One. It was a pretty darn good movie, in my opinion, with just the didn't have to have good characters because characters were going to die. It was pretty obvious. But they should have done a similar movie for Luke, or not meant necessarily directly about Luke, but maybe the 15 years between Return of the Jedi and The Force Awakens. And if they had done something like that, we may have at least had less of this lash out about this. Maybe. Well, because this is Disney doing this, and Disney doesn't understand Star Wars at all. They don't.
Well, Disney's got this anti-man thing, and so does CBS, and so does ABC. But if I remember correctly, ABC is owned by Disney. Is that correct?
Yes, they are. ABC, Disney owns ABC, ESPN, ESPN,
and so here's the thing, man. I never even heard of Kill the Patriarchy until Brie Larson. She pretty much made me aware of it when she started spouting off at the mouth in front of the mic when she was trying to get people to go to her movie. And that's not how you get people to go to movies. That's just sorry.
No.
You don't criticize your customers. You don't call them names because you want their dollars. And
Exactly.
I think what Disney has been doing, I think it's on purpose. I think what they did was intentional, and I think that was their plan from the get-go. And that's why they didn't use Lucas's treatments.
Well, I think that's partially true. I do agree though with the fact that when I was
I watched an actress on a YouTube video say "kill the patriarchy," and this was an actress I used to watch in House.
I understand that. I'm saying though that I don't know if Disney's. I look at Marvel, and I don't care what you say about Marvel. Marvel is not an in-depth comic book franchise, but it's done well. It's a popcorn flick. It's easy to watch.
Right, I could agree with that.
Yeah, but it's not in depth. It's not necessarily right on par with where Marvel really is or whatnot. But it's good to watch. That's because Feige came in with a plan. He's like, I've already started my plan. Here's my outline. This is what I want. And Iger looked at it and said, good job. Get out of my office. You just keep doing what you're doing.
Right. Kathleen
Kennedy was handed the franchise, and she came in and he's like, okay, so what's your plan? Well, I don't know. We could do all this stuff because we got all this. And then somewhere in that, there was so many ideas, so many things they thought they could do with it. They didn't have an outline, though. So they had no idea where they were going with this huge potential wave of energy.
They didn't have a visionary to lead it.
Exactly. They didn't. And that's the problem that Lucas caused. And I don't mean to talk bad about Lucas, but Lucas should have said to Disney, listen, if you're thinking Kennedy, no. She's been around for a long time. She knows how to run behind the scenes stuff, but she cannot take this franchise anywhere. She doesn't understand it. And
so is it true that he appointed her?
Okay, so I've explained it this way. I think he did, but here's the deal. He started this new trilogy. He had the ideas. He was getting ready to do it. And somewhere in that pre-production stuff, Disney kind of got a hold of the idea that he was doing this. So what their first thought, I believe, was let's go in and see if we can do like what they did with Disney or what they did with Sony and Spider-Man. Let's see if we can get our hands in the cookie jar, get some money out of this, and everybody be happy. And then I think as it went along, George Lucas basically was like, I'm so done with this. Because I honestly guarantee you that George Lucas was done with Star Wars. He was just doing it as fan service. And somewhere along there, Iger and him or somebody in him was talking, and they said, hey, if you're done, what would you sell it for? And that he probably threw up some ungodly number.
Whoops.
Well, I don't know, $4 billion. $4 billion. I'd sell it for $4 billion. And then Iger heard about it and says, you know what? Screw it. Give me a checkbook. Let's buy this bitch. And they did it. And it happened so quick. I think that he said, you know what? Here's Kennedy. Here's everything. Go. And I think he regrets parts of it, but he doesn't. He was not on board for 3 more movies. I almost guarantee it. He would have done a much better job, even if he wasn't into it, because it's his baby. But I think it's just too many years doing the same thing and putting so much investment into it. And then I really think the prequels took a toll on him with the fact that people kind of got on him about, Jar Jar and other things and that, and they were like, oh, what about this? What about that? And he didn't want to go through that again. He didn't want to go through, well, now what about this? What about that? And so he kind of made Disney the scapegoat. They didn't take his treatments. Although what's funny is I have heard that a lot of this Death Star stuff was actually his idea for the first film, for whatever 7 was going to be, is that a lot of this Rey, or the female character, was definitely the main plan he had. And the Death Star stuff was actually supposed to be more in 7. And so there's a lot of talk I've heard that the Death Star scenes you're going to see in this and stuff that were his treatment plans for 7. So we may be seeing some of George Lucas's, which is why I think we're hearing that supposedly he helped with this, but I don't think he did it all, because I don't think he would have brought back the Emperor.
His
Jar Jar lies.
his original plan was most likely after Crucible. I don't know if you've ever read.
Yeah,
Legends
no,
novel.
I've read. Oh yeah,
Crucible.
no, I've
It
got a
set-
box of,
Almost set up
the
the whole Luke going off into exile.
yeah. I just know that I've read a lot about. I've actually, I'd have to go around and look. I've actually seen storyboarding that he had started doing with people before Disney bought it, that shows the gun turrets from the old Death Star on it with Rey or a female lead character swimming underwater where the Death Star is sunken into. I've seen storyboarding that was signed by George Lucas. So
that would be interesting to get a hold of.
well,
Yeah.
let me see if
Yeah.
At the end of Crucible, Luke goes off to find the Wills.
yeah.
So that could have set up the idea that George was doing.
I'm gonna see here if I can find it. Images. Yeah, right here is one of those. Hold on.
Okay, we got to look at something real quick.
Here. So I'm going to show this to you really quick here.
Yeah, I feel
Right here, if you can share that screen.
like there's probably some concepts that they threw in that George did have, but not a lot.
So this. Oh, am I sharing that? No. Hey, Bear, can you share that screen real quick?
Sure. John Talks is going to tune in.
Cool.
He'll be watching us.
So this is one of these. It says George Lucas's Episode 7, everything we know about George's vision for the 7th Star Wars movie. And right here is one of the storyboards. Female character, turrets, underwater, Death Star. And I honestly believe what they did is they did go back. I don't think he's been there at all. I think they took those Episode 7 treatments and said, fuck it. Excuse my language, but fuck it. We're gonna take it now, and we're gonna use it as much as we can. And I think as soon as they saw a Death Star, they thought, oh, we can bring the Emperor back, and they did all this stuff. Because if you talk to what was it, Travia? Oh God, what was the original director of Episode 8 supposed to be? Or I mean, Episode 9. I mean, Trevia or oh God, whatever. But the original director of Episode 9,
Colin Trevorrow.
I think Colin Trevorrow, he has flat out said that when he was given the lead of this and he started coming up with ideas back when Episode 7 first was going on, He had no plans to have the Emperor there. None at all. So when JJ tells people it was always the plan.
Oh no,
No. I mean, everybody can kind of see that definitely was not always the
No,
plan.
I understand that, but that's the thing. It's like, why are you guys so stupidly, blatantly lying? Because
Colin Trevorrow called him out on that one.
I know, and that's what I'm saying. No, that was not the plan. And then you have Kathleen Kennedy. We have no source material. Yes, you did.
Yeah.
And see, I'm interested to know, was it Iger or was it her? Because if it was her, how much of a slap or a stab in the back was that to George Lucas when she took over? Now, I kind of believe it was Disney because everybody points out, oh, well, then they'd have to pay each individual writer, each individual person that was a part of the project. Every time they use Boba Fett, they have to pay George Lucas. You know what? Disney, it's not like you're not making money hand over fist with crappy movies that are just remakes of remakes.
Yeah, they're notoriously
not
cheap.
Like
though.
You can't pay for this crap.
Yeah, they're notoriously cheap though. It's like they don't want to pay that little royalty every time, so they're just like they'll do anything they can to skirt it, and it's stupid because if it's royalties. If it's royalties that are an issue, it's like, man, I mean, that's a drop in the bucket for you guys.
And then, you get so when Disney Plus first came out, put it this way, I didn't pay for Disney Plus. My son paid for it to get The Mandalorian. And I said, okay, well, that's your choice. But I took advantage of it. I'm like, oh, screw it. I'm going to watch this stuff. I saw one of my favorite movies of all time by Disney, Lady and the Tramp. And it said live action. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll check this out. I got 2 minutes into it before I said, I can't do this. I can't do this. So what I've said now, when people are talking about Home Alone being redone, I read about it. I thought originally when I heard Disney redo Home Alone, it's going to be a little softer and a little stupider. But okay, fine, good, newer look, whatever. I was like, I guess I might go see it. And then I read up a little more and I found out, no, it's just going straight to Disney Plus. I'm like, oh my God, they're taking all our classics and they're going to make them into Hallmark Channel versions for Disney Plus. And I cannot stand the thought of that. You're going to take beloved movies and cheapen them, put half-witted actors in it that can't even act fully.
It's like they're direct-to-video.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why would you do this? I mean, I understand they need money for, they need properties and stuff to go on their streaming service. I've even heard that they're going to make a PG-13 version of The Predator. And I'm like, what's the point? It's like, what is that Black Monday or whatever it is that's coming out here soon? The horror
Black Christmas.
Black Christmas. I saw that, and then I saw PG-13. I said, so what's the point? What violence can you put in that?
How great of a horror movie can you make with
exactly? I mean, and not only that, it's a bunch of women who fight back or whatever against a horror person or whatever. Well, make it if they're badass bitches. Make it rated R and let them fucking tear the guy limb from limb. I mean, whatever. It's like, can you not? Can people not understand that by softening things?
I'm sorry. I'm just laughing at something.
When can people not understand? But by softening things, all you're doing is watering down the product, and it's so horrible. It's like, why? I mean, I just don't get it. I mean, I literally every week that goes by, every year that goes by now, that this whole SJW bullshit continues to go, I'm digging more and deeper into my library of old movies. I'm going back and watching Bridge Over the River Kwai, things like that. I watch John Wayne movies just so I feel like I have testosterone still. It's like I can't watch anything these days because there's nothing that I feel like a man. Okay, well, Shaft was one. I like Shaft.
Hey, I just picked up Once Upon a Time in the West.
Oh,
because I watched it like maybe about 4 or 5 years ago. I watched it again.
Cobra Kai is amazing.
Man, that movie is one of my most favorite, and it's got 3 or 4 actors that I really, really like in it.
You know, I mean, gone are the days of when you can be a man. I mean, but I'm not gone. I won't say they're gone. It's like we're supposed to feel bad because we're men, because, you know, we might scratch our balls and drink beer and watch football on Sunday. It's like, you know what? What the hell? Who cares? It's just how it is. It doesn't mean we're not good people. It doesn't mean we don't care about people. It doesn't mean we are not compassionate. It doesn't mean any of that stuff. And yet the narrative right now going on out in Hollywood and in the press is that if you're like that, you aren't compassionate. You can't have, you know, you can't be a good person and all that. You know, one of the best things that happened to TV over the past year was Last Man Standing came back out. And if you've ever watched that, I love it. It's not because he talks, you know, like, you know, full on Republican or Trump supporter. It's not about that. It's just, he's a man. He is.
Right.
He's inconsiderate at times without realizing it. It's not on purpose. It's awkward at times because he's like, oh, okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. But that's just life. Let it be. I mean, and it, you know, I just don't get the way things are going right now. And I mean, I feel like there's an end to it soon, but when? And now I've spoke for 3 hours. So
yeah, I really like that show. I don't understand why they canceled it, you know.
They were getting pushed back. I think it was on it was either CBS or ABC. I think it was ABC because Tim Allen does a lot of stuff with ABC because Disney, he had a lot of Disney contacts. And
I think it was ABC maybe.
Yeah, ABC canceled it because they were getting a lot of pushback because it was pro-Trump, pro-Republican, guns, military, all of that stuff. And people weren't looking at the overlying.
And then didn't it move to Fox?
Yes, they're on Fox now, but they weren't looking at the overall idea of the show, which was a dad who has 3 daughters, who's way out of his league on 90% of the things, and he's just trying to make his way, and he's still trying to. I think, you know, when he talks on the little podcast he does, he's just trying to be a man still because he's in this world of estrogen and stuff, and it's fine. It's okay because that's what's funny about it. It's like, okay, you can understand it. But it's not a bad thing. It's, you know, but so, you know, Disney got their feathers in a ruffle about it and canceled it. And, you know, I think a year later, Fox heard all the rumblings and all. There were tons of people signing petitions to bring it back, and Fox picked it up. And as far as I know, it's one of their best. It's one of their most rated shows right now. And guys,
yeah, I'm hoping that because Disney's owning Fox Studios isn't going to get rid of it.
The TV, they do not own the TV side of it. Fox TV is totally different. It's
okay.
Not 20th century. I don't know what they're doing with that, but no, I don't think they got the TV at all. I think they only got the movie properties and the. I'd have to go back and look, but well, anyways, guys, I'm sitting here trying to keep my eyes open and stuff. I'm sorry, I caught it.
It's all good, Chris.
I'm gonna.
Well, hey, man, you're doing it pretty good. You're talking with your eyes closed.
Yeah.
I followed you on Twitter, homie.
Well, thank you very much, Drew. I appreciate it. Guys, you know, thank you for the invite. I'm gonna have to come on more often. I'll have to work it out. My work right now, we're down to, well, this week we only had 2 people on my shift, and the one guy on the overnight shift was gone most of the week. So I was there 3 a.m. every day this week, or today was noon or midnight, not noon. Oh God.
Yeah, hit me up and we'll continue BSing about sports.
Sure. Hey, I might have you on a stream this week. I'm doing all streams this week. Maybe I'll have you over on a stream on my channel and we can BS about sports. So, Bear,
right.
Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate
no problem, man.
I will see you tomorrow, Mads.
I believe in fully sharing the love when it comes to streams and chat and all that.
Indeed. And hail.
Yeah.
Chris, I can recommend a few YouTubers that love talking sports. Just let me know which one you want to talk about. Okay.
I talk it just about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you see my mouth moving, people say it's BS, and it's
Well, I've known you
But
for
hey,
a few months. Yeah. Go get some
I'm a
rest.
spin
I'll see you in a
doctor.
few hours. Okay.
But hey, it's been nice having your eccentric, really awesome sense of humor going on.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
Please exit with one of your cartoon voices.
Okay, well, I gotta go because, like, this brand right here isn't really working. So, goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. He did that the other night. I was just like, cool.
Yeah, it's great.
He's not much different when he's fully rested. So
yeah, that's impressive, man. Oh man, I don't know that I could do that on that little sleep. My God.
Yeah, I admit I've done some pretty awesome streams on very little sleep, but I know for the same reason I'm probably not gonna be sticking around too long either, because Tim and I both have a stream tomorrow morning. So.
Drew, you need to stop using that keyboard like that.
Yeah, it was funny. Somebody like sat there like, oh God, I can't remember who it was. One of my friends DM'd me with that gif of that cat pounding on the keyboard. and they were like, this is you on your keyboard.
It kind of brings to mind of like Michael Flatley in the Riverdance, you know?
Mama Bear. What just like I said, if I wasn't in this unfortunate situation with what's going on with mom and everything else, when things eventually stabilize, I don't know when that's going to be, but one day when they eventually stabilize and I can actually afford to start getting things again, that like a new keyboard and stuff. New keyboard is at the top of the list when I can afford to get something like that.
Nah, I hear you. One of these days, I'd love to be able to actually get a laptop so I could, actually host my own streams.
Yeah, yeah. Because Mama Bear, you would be like absolutely a star. You're you're just amazing.
You can host your live streams from your phone. It's just you need to have two devices so you can check the chats on one, and
that's what I already do.
Oh, you need three.
In order to interact with the chat, I've got to work with the tablet. So
yeah.
But there's having a laptop would just bring what I can do so much higher. I could, get a better editing program and all that, fun stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I've had enough people say that I should look into ASMR.
Actually, yeah, you have the voice for it, Mama Bear. You could, man. You would build like a legion of fans if you did ASMR. My goodness.
So, did you guys hear about that new trailer being dropped?
For
it's a game that Fortnite. They dropped the trailer in Fortnite.
Oh, the Star Wars or the Fortnite Star Wars event. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, it looks all right. I can't stand Fortnite, Bear. Oh God,
my son likes to play it.
I remember because back when I was on Twitch, I played Dead by Daylight was my main game I played most of the time, but there were a lot of times, viewers and some people that were subbed to me was like, hey, play some different stuff, and I'm like, all right, I'll try Fortnite maybe. And I did Fortnite, I know, a couple days, and I was like, oh, guys, I can't do this, because it's like, if I play something that involves like PvP against other players and you're going to shoot people, I just want to run around and shoot people. I don't want to sit there and be like, hey, I'm going to build a tower while I'm trying to shoot at you at the same time. No, I'm not feeling that.
It's kind of like mixture of Minecraft and mild, very, very mild Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Without the blood and stuff like that.
I mean, Fortnite's good. I know a a lot of streamers. I mean, Ninja made his name off it. Shroud made his name off it. Like a lot of the top game streamers in the world have made their name off it, and I get that, but yeah, it was just never a thing for me. But I mean, it's cool that they have like awesome in-game events like that.
So there's I just found something on Star Wars is Dumb. Kelly Marie Tran Instagram incident, full documentary. Oh, hey folks, you got to go check out Itchy's video. Yeah. Basically, much of this information will be familiar to those who have been following the story, but the documentary puts it all easily digestible format for the general public. But I need your help to force the media to pay attention to it. Yeah, you can help get the word out in the following ways. Please like and retweet this tweet. Okay, let's go to it. And let's retweet it. All right. We are retweeting. Itchy. There we go. Retweet. All right. Now I will retweet this to our chat, so that way we can share it on all the platforms that we're on in our chats.
Mm-hmm.
So that way we can get the word out on this and help Itchy out, because he helps us out by giving us a whole bunch of goodies and information.
Gotcha.
All right, I'll put this in KOTOR as well. All right, Zod says he joined us, but he is taking care of his daughter.
Okay, that I can respect that.
Yeah.
Well, retweeted. I got it. I got my retweet in there.
I told him he's always welcome. Come on.
Yeah. Lurch Troll. I see Lurch Troll talking about shooters in the chat. And hey, DJ Odyssey, Lurch Troll. Personally, I do play real shooters. One of my friends on Steam gifted me the Master Chief Collection for Halo, so I got that, and I also play Rainbow Six Siege. So yeah, I play good shooters. I refuse to play CS:GO though, but I play Siege for sure.
All right, now I will retweet your tweet, Drew.
Okay.
And we'll get Itchy's documentary out there.
Yeah, Itchy's got some good stuff. I gotta.
Oh
have
man, Itchy helps us out a lot. I
gotta have him on my show one of these times to talk some Battlestar, because I wanted to get into the whole.
Hey, what's up, Mark? Hail to you.
I wanted to get into the whole TOS versus the early 2000s Battlestar, because I know he comes from the TOS crowd, and I kind of wanted to sort of pitch that around with him a little bit. So I'm gonna have to reach out to Itchy one of these times.
Yeah. Basically, Zod's always welcome to come on my channel. People are going to have disagreements. People are not going to have the same opinion, and that's fine.
Yeah. That's what the fandom is about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man. Tommy, the master of the multiverse. he is, man. Tommy, you just need to change your username to multi-dimensional Tommy.
Yeah.
Tommy of the Matrix.
Yeah, he really is, man. Like, I swear, every single stream that I pop in, Tommy is there, or Mark Lurseth is there. And big shout out to Mark Lurseth. He's a moderator on the Bounding into Comics channel. He's also a moderator on my channel. He does a great job, and Tommy also does a great job. He's the mod of everything ever.
He's the mod god. Yeah. No, it's like one of those things that's pretty much standard. You go onto a chat, you guaranteed you're going to see Tommy there. If it's a Dark Council chat, guaranteed you're going to see me there. So,
DJ Odyssey, man, I love you, buddy. It's awesome to see you. And Ambassador, you take care of yourself, man. Much love, my guy.
Hey, Angela Straven, what up?
Yep.
So I guess basically everything that the leaks talked about are pretty much matching up with trailers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I could have swore, didn't JJ acknowledge the leaks?
He did.
He did. Huh.
They're so far out of the barn at this point. I don't think he couldn't do anything but acknowledge them. Especially when they were basically confirmed. I mean, he couldn't do anything but acknowledge them, because it would look kind of stupid if he denied it.
Well, I've got a couple tickets. Me and my wife are going to go, and I'm going because my subscribers, a couple of them, have asked me to go, so they don't have to, so they can hear from me and see what I think about it.
Yeah, I want to.
Honestly, if that weren't the case, if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm still gonna go only because it's like I said. I want to see. I want to gawk at the car crash. I want to see that final wreckage, and we'll see how it goes. And because, hey, look, I pretty much.
Hey, Tommy, who was hidden from the channel? No, Tommy's asking who was hidden from the channel, and I'm not sure who. Who was hidden from the channel?
Let's see.
In which channel? Mine? Oh, not my channel. Okay. Because somebody was blocked in my channel, and that was a mistake, and I went and fixed it.
Yeah, but it's
because when here's the thing, when someone's blocked on YouTube, you got to go into Google settings to unblock them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know how that person got blocked, because that was never meant to be,
But yeah, with this movie, I'm gonna go just because it's a tradition. I've gone to every Star Wars movie like opening night or the next day, so I'm gonna go to this. I've got a tiny bit put aside just so I can go. And actually, there's a cheap movie theater by me. It's not IMAX or anything, so it'll be like probably $8 because this place is hella cheap. So I can see this train wreck for $8.
I'll end up going like in weeks later.
Right.
Like at the last minute.
Yeah. I want to see it rather quickly because it's more than likely. Mark said, pay to see cats and sneak in, allegedly. Mark, that's great. Most likely, we're going to be doing a full-on review for it for Bounding into Comics, so I definitely want to see this like super quick.
So yeah, it's really blowing my mind that all these leaks and all this stuff and all that and all of it's true. And the only thing that's really not panning out is the Anakin leak.
Mhm.
Because Anakin wasn't mentioned in any of the leaks.
No, but it's
Well,
like
supposedly they cut that scene out because it's in the George Lucas cut.
I keep hearing about the George Lucas cut.
yeah, really.
DJ Odyssey would
Yeah.
rather
Hashtag
watch.
release the George Lucas cut.
Yeah. You see that? DJ Odyssey, I'd rather watch the Star Wars Holiday Special than Rise of Skywalker. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like we'll do the hashtag release the Lucas cut.
Yeah. Hashtag Solo lost money.
Yeah.
And McClunky.
McClunky.
Yeah, and a sip of coffee for the working man.
Yeah.
And hail to Jeremy at Geeks and Gamer.
Hail.
Yeah. So did you guys catch the last episode of The Mandalorian?
I did.
Yeah.
I really
saw
enjoyed it.
I mean, I thought it was pretty good.
I thought it was better.
Oh, where did Ats go?
Her window timed out. She must have been in another chat or something. Checking something real quick. It happens. When you're on mobile, if you go away from the StreamYard window,
Oh yeah.
after about 10, 12 seconds, 15 seconds, your page will automatically refresh.
Yeah.
And
I'm
I
on
remember that
mobile.
there was a time when my Samsung browser pages did not refresh. Well, hey there.
Sorry.
Well,
out. Trying to
What?
take care of so many things at the same time.
Welcome back, Mama.
Oh, trying to correct the mess that my tablet made.
Yeah, I'm sitting here.
The McClunky is all around you. Use it
Yeah,
to annihilate the like button
Nargles. I
and
blame Nargles.
share the stream.
I'm sitting here at my PC, so I don't have to worry.
So yeah, I'm gonna watch Mandalorian episode 6 a few more times, because every time I watch it, I catch something different. And you know what? I swear they're listening to us because I haven't caught any more what you call Easter egg music pieces in the shows, or they're pulling from obscure movies
Mhm.
as their Easter egg pieces. Hey, there's Final Death Star. Hail, Final Death Star.
Hell,
Hey, Final.
what's
Fancy
going
me-
on?
Fancy
Well,
seeing you again.
we've talked about stars, shooting stars.
And Star Wars.
Chris Knight was on, and we talked about the artwork from George Lucas that somehow he got a hold of. I guess it was public. It was pictures that were released by whoever, and he showed us.
Well, wait, what artwork is this?
Chris Knight has it.
Yeah,
Oh, I haven't seen that yet.
it was a storyboard of
Storyboards.
a concept from Lucas's idea for the
For the first episode.
for the first episode.
Wait,
Seven.
like episode
Episode 7.
Episode seven.
Oh, okay, so the sequel trilogy.
Yeah,
oh,
the
artwork
first
for
Disney
TV?
episode.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And it actually shows female Jedi, could be Rey, whatever, but it shows female Jedi swimming amongst the ruins of the old Death Star. So
I think the character's name was Kira.
Yeah, Kira was the name in his original idea for the sequel trilogy. That's true.
Yeah.
But wait, so he had them swimming beneath the Death Star?
Yeah, they had the Death
Yeah.
Star ruins.
I'm going back. I'll screen
What?
cap it when he showed it to us.
Well,
Yeah.
Crucible ends with Luke discovering Mortis and then finding the Wills, and he's gonna go off into exile to explore that. So it makes
I
me
wonder
wonder
what they
if
had.
that was a tie-in, because that book came out around the time that Lucas wrote his treatments.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
it was
very
actually quite interesting art, to be honest. So that means that the concept of the Death Star ruins has been kicking around for quite a while.
Yeah.
It makes me
Now,
wonder if it was gonna have Jaina and Jason.
did you guys just see where I think who posted it? I think John Tox actually just posted this, where George had come out and said, like, outright, that Palpatine was dead. I think Ian McDermott was talking to him and had questioned at some point whether he was dead or not, and George had told him, yes, he died on the Death Star. So I wonder why George would have put the second Death Star wreckage in the movie. I mean, there must have been a different reason other than having like Palpatine.
Hey,
connect-
say that again. I glitched.
I was saying John Fox put a video out recently where it was someone had asked George Lucas, it was one of the actors. I don't know if it was Ian McDermott or it was one of the actors, had asked him, hey, so Palpatine, did he really the Death Star? And George said, yes, he did. So it's interesting that he put the wreckage of the Death Star in there in his, in his script at all at some point.
Right. Yeah.
I just screen capped. I went back on the video and screen
Okay,
capped
let's
it,
take a look at that.
and I will open it. All right.
I know it's probably a controversial opinion, Final Death Star, but I do believe that Emperor Vitiate is greater than Emperor Palpatine.
Oh, that's controversial.
I know it's a controversial opinion, but I do believe that.
I would have liked to see
Oh,
Ben
here it is.
Skywalker in Episode 7. Luke's kid from the expanded universe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Oh, it is Ian McDermott. Here, Bear, share this screen real quick. I found the tweet. It's John Tox too. He did.
Hold on. I'm looking for the thing. Oh, the frick with it. Let's see.
Okay. Yeah.
We should get John Tox on here.
Oh, he's a busy guy. He's a guy to get a hold of. We've had him on once on Dave.
The Inception screen.
All right. What do you think of that?
Oh, wow.
That's what Chris showed us.
Mhm.
And just so everyone knows, this is fair use. We're just using this and critiquing it and all that. So
Yeah.
It makes no sense though. Like it exploded.
Yeah, I know.
yeah, and you
Into a
see the
billion
stuff here. There's
pieces.
seaweed growing on all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you see, all right, the Death Star exploding, everything was pretty much vaporized. But I remember reading a book about Luke Skywalker going back to the first Death Star that was exploded because there was wreckage still of it still floating in space. I don't remember what that book's called.
Which you don't remember?
I don't remember the name of the book, but in the book, he went back to, remember in Star Wars when the first Death Star was destroyed? There was a story
Yeah.
that was basically, get back here, I'll share this. There was a story where he went back to the old Death Star and looked at the wreckage.
Was this on Yavin 4?
Well, the Yavin 4 was where the Death Star was going to. So the wreckage would be in space around there somewhere, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
And I seem to recall that, but I just can't remember the name of the book.
Yeah, but was if they're going by like this, that would have been the ruins of Death Star 2. under the water. So, and Death Star 2 would have like been somewhere like it would have crashed on Endor.
And here's other things that people have mentioned. That big of it was huge. It entering the atmosphere, hitting the ground, it would have been like a nuke going off or something, right? It was huge.
Yeah,
There
Something
was a
that
novel
big.
It would have
called
been cause an earthquake.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, the Death Star. Well, if the Death Star, even if it didn't blow up into bits, if it just like, let's say, like I don't know, like it was cut in half, and half of it fell onto Endor, it would still cause a side. Like if it crashed into the sea somewhere, if there was a water portion of Endor, which it looked like there was, then
Tsunami.
it would cause some sort of like or just it would be just under tsunami level.
Yeah, it would
A lot of
kill all the
Ewoks that,
Ewoks.
Yeah, if they didn't know how to swim. The Ewoks are history.
Those little bears can swim.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There was a novel called Death Star, so I don't know.
they're like little gummy bears.
They bounce. They don't swim, they bounce.
I can picture that.
Dude, that's great.
Yeah, I don't know. That is kind of crazy. And this is confirmed. That was his artwork. I mean, that's a confirmed thing.
Yeah, Chris said it. He doesn't like to say things unless he's sure
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
So I would trust what he says.
So he said it was his. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's weird that George would have. I guess it's technically possible for pieces of it, even though it looked like it disintegrated. I mean, I guess there, it could have been chunks in those flaming piles of.
I mean,
what looked to be sparks, and
He
That's
also had
probably
the concept
explainable.
of-
That's probably explainable, but the Emperor still being actually intact instead of a meat puppet, that I don't get that.
well, that's because it was a clone or something, right? That's what they're gonna say.
And it seems like they're gonna go away from that one too.
There's a theory that came out a little while ago. I was going to do a video on it, and I just didn't get around to it. But it was a theory that Palpatine survived by turning himself into Force energy. Here, I'm gonna share this one. You can take a look at this one. Force energy. That when he was
Well, they
thrown down that
introduced that
blue mist, there is
dark
Force
magic.
energy. What do you guys
They
think about
introduced
I mean,
that?
there was
magic in
Sith.
Rebels,
There was
so.
Sith sorcery.
We'll see.
Yeah,
See-
all this blue mist is Force.
Final. How much do you know? Like, did you play the KOTOR and SWTOR games?
Oh yes.
Okay, so we kind of know, like, from the way that vitiate exists, that they can exist in like non-corporeal form. So they can exist as force energy. So it's conceivable they kind of pulled some of that over, and sort of looked at Palpatine like to explain that away in that manner.
Yeah, the Force energy thing would probably be the most, I guess, the most reasonable explanation. I don't like the whole clone thing. I think that's ridiculous.
Yeah, the whole thing I've always thought was pretty ridiculous.
I know they cloned. He comes back as a clone in the Dark Horses comics, but that's a different kind of thing.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I guess the dark energy, or Force energy, it's possible. I mean, it's still kind of. The whole thing is just
What
bringing
is it?
him back
Darth
at all.
Vicious could suck
Darth-
the life force out of people.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's Emperor Vitiate. He could do. He could basically. Well, he could suck the life force out of an entire planet. He was an uber powerful. I mean, he was probably the most powerful Sith Emperor.
Madge, check your DM.
If you
I'm
count,
looking at it.
Okay.
if you
I'm
count,
still trying to figure it out.
if you count
Is it-
EU stuff, then
Do you
Vitiate.
think it's possible?
be far and away the most powerful.
Well, if he's able to do that,
You
yeah. But
think
now,
it's
what if they
possible
say
that they'll
Palpatine can
explain,
do that
like,
as well?
Why?
I don't know if they give Palpatine that power, that would just be stupid, ridiculous, dude.
Then he would be the most powerful because everything else he was able to accomplish on top of being able to do this as well.
Yeah.
Do you think it's possible that they'll explain why Luke was basically Jake Skywalker was because of Palpatine?
Well,
Like-
the only thing they can say, the only thing they can say is that Palpatine or Snoke through Palpatine had taken control of Luke's mind and caused him to be, but that still shows he's weak-minded, and I still don't like that idea. But I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah,
I think they're
it
going to
still
leave
ruins
the
Luke.
character of Luke. Yeah, I think they're just going to try to maybe give him honor in, maybe his Force Ghost appearance. But I don't think they're going to try to retcon like why he was like that in this movie. I don't think so.
It'd be a hard thing to explain for
They
sure.
could use the
Yeah.
whole dark magic thing from the Clone Wars and Rebels
Yeah.
Well, the dark magic, that's more
from the Night Sisters.
the Night Sisters. Yeah, that's more. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
more
Well,
magic.
there was a moment in Rebels where he used magic, so
Yeah, this has nothing to do with the Force, though. They were all about magic, like plain and
Well, you saw the Emperor Palpatine use magic in the in Rebels when he was trying to open that portal to the world between
yeah,
worlds.
that's
He
what
was
I'm
doing Sith
referring
magic.
to.
Yeah, he was doing it there. Yeah, there was a Sith kind of magic, and I believe that the mist kind of that you saw was like a bluish glow. So I think that's where they're trying to connect this. I think he did have like some kind of bluish energy when he was trying to do
Well-
that.
Well, like Jeremy says, it's a shit sandwich. Like
Yeah.
the middle of the story, it's terrible. Even if this movie is good, like you still have the rest of the trilogy, which sucks.
Yeah. See, if you look at this, are you still putting the thing on? Yeah. Okay. So this
Yeah, it's still
paragraph here. This paragraph here says the emperor, according to this theory, the emperor deliberately constructed his throne room in such a way as to amplify his power and allow himself to transfer energy state rather than die. Note that Star Wars tie-ins have confirmed that the emperor built his throne rooms to exactly the same specifications to amplify his power and to allow him to transfer himself into energy, an energy state. So
Because
If-
he foresaw
I don't know what
Vader
time
throwing
you're
him
talking
over.
So the throne room was the Horcrux.
just in case.
saw you. Unlimited power.
Power.
Oh, see here, the one problem with this strategy, though, is Palpatine would be unable to turn himself back. He'd be trapped in an energy form, just as Rye Nimbus was forever turned into a living statue. The Emperor would need someone else to help him become a living being once again. Maybe that's why we've
Snoke.
only heard the Emperor say to Kylo Ren, he's been in his head. And we see the throne room, that throne scene in the one trailer, and it's empty. There's no Emperor sitting there. Maybe because he's not physical. Maybe he needs them to turn him into a physical being again.
They just need to admit that they're taking ideas from Harry Potter.
It is kind of
I
Harry
mean-
Potter, isn't it?
With
It's
the
very Harry Potter.
lightsabers and
Very Harry Potter.
They pulled a Voldemort with Palpatine. Oh no,
Yeah.
he's not really dead, and we're bringing him
Right,
back
and he
to
wasn't
life.
a fully formed being either at the
Yeah.
beginning of it. Oh man, that's
yeah, and the Force Ghost brought back Harry Potter from the dead,
yeah.
and the wand called to him.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Just like the lightsaber called a Rey. Here, this is interesting too. Chuck Wendig, well, we all know him, right? His Aftermath trilogy featured a Sith cultist named, I don't know, Yup Tashu. who had once
Yup
been one of the
Tashu.
Emperor's closest
That's a hell of a name.
advisors. Yup Tashu. I know that is a Star Warsy name right there.
Yes, it is.
So he was viewed by many as a fraud and a fantasist. But Tashu was absolutely convinced that the Emperor would return from the dead. In one key scene, he named another aide named Gallius Rax, manipulated Tashu with his beliefs. So now this is a Disney trilogy book. This is not EU, but I guess he did have advisors that believed he was going to return from the dead. So I guess they've got enough there to justify, at least in their eyes, bringing him back.
Well, they can't justify Last Jedi.
Well, no,
I
they
mean,
can't justify that. But
It sounds like kind of a thin excuse.
well, that's what I think they're trying to, whatever excuse they can find. I think to bring, to make it seem like they had this plan all along, even though, we see what's his name, Colin Trevorrow coming out and saying, well, he wasn't part of my script. And he was originally the one they hired to write the story.
Yeah.
So it cannot be true that he was planned from the beginning to always come back. If Colin Trevorrow did not have him in the script, they would have told him that, oh, hey, by the way, Snoke's dead and Palpatine's coming back. But since Trevorrow did not know that, and he was fired after he wrote his script, so it wasn't like, they fired him before he wrote his script and maybe he just wasn't let in on the whole thing. No, he had written the whole script. They read it, didn't like it. And then, Last Jedi came out and that whole debacle. So then they went back with JJ. But he had done a script, a version of the script. Luke was alive and there was no Palpatine in it. So you tell me that, Disney. You tell me that.
Yeah.
I think that's about the end of that this whole thing. But yeah, it is interesting about the throne room.
I would like to make everybody aware YouTube is blocking people now.
Really?
Yeah. Because I just cleared the other day, I cleared my hidden users. I cleared it. Because like every now and then I go in and clear it. And somebody was blocked in there. I cleared it the other day. There was nobody in there.
Interesting.
Yeah. Very weird.
Trying to read the chat and some of what they're talking about in this theory. Tommy says if that was the case, then Plagueis would have done it. He was more powerful than Sidious. Yeah, that's
right.
You think that's true? He would have. Why didn't Plagueis foresee Palpatine killing him? If Palpatine foresees everything and everything is, unless you're gonna say Sidious had become more powerful than Plagueis. Maybe he became more powerful. I don't know.
Became more powerful.
Yeah, or now he has. Maybe he wasn't originally, but now because they're bringing him back, now he has.
Sentinel says Plagueis. Oh, wait a minute. Plagueis isn't stronger than Palpatine.
He's not. This was yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no, Plagueis is canon, but the book isn't. Wait, the book is canon to Legends universe.
Yeah, it came out right before they sold Star
Which
Wars.
is another thing. We should be asking for them to bring back Legends, because supposedly they said before Force Awakens that once the sequel trilogy ends, they'll think about bringing back Legends. So that's what the Twin Suns Foundation
That's what they were told.
billboard. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Lurch said he never existed in the new Star Wars. I guess he doesn't.
No, he
Palpatine
does.
He talks about his
Palpatine-
master in Revenge of the Sith. He doesn't mention him by Plagueis, but
Well, he does. He says the tragedy of Darth Plagueis, the Wise.
oh, you're right. He does. Yeah, Darth Plagueis the Wise. Yeah, you're right. He does say that.
Yeah.
Lurch is saying no, he doesn't. Now
But
you know what?
we'll-
Now we got to find out.
Now
I'm
we
gonna
got
go
to
on
bring
Disney
up the
Plus.
link.
I'm
he
I'm
doesn't know
I'm going to the
the
movie.
tragedy of the Darth
Plagueis the Wise. Yeah, he says the tragedy of something the Wise.
It's because the Jedi didn't tell him.
Right. Yeah. When he's trying to explain, is that when they're in the opera?
Yes.
The opera scene, right?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen it. I'm pulling it up right now. I'm on the website. And I'm gonna pull the movie up to that scene.
No, Tommy, it was YouTube that did that because I cleared my hidden list.
Here we go. All right, here we go.
It was so powerful.
Man, YouTube's been doing some strange things lately.
Mhm.
I mean, they're blocking the word "BitChute."
Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? I thought not. It's not a story the Jedi would tell you.
Right. That
It's
sounds
a
exactly.
legend.
That sounds
Darth
exactly.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here's the scene here. Okay. All right. Can we stream this, or we're gonna get shut down, aren't we? They'll be
Just
here.
pause
Just
every 2 seconds.
yeah. Just share this. I have the captions on, so you can just share this. Captions are on, and you can see exactly what he says, according to Disney themselves. Look at there. Did you ever hear the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? Lurch. It's there.
Yep.
He does mention him. He does mention him here.
Yep.
Yeah, there he says right there.
That seems the whole reason why I was interested in Darth Plagueis.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, who's got?
Is the sound coming through?
Very, very, very.
Revenge of the Sith is canon, though.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's referring to the EU book that was written. Is that
Oh
right?
yeah. Well, no, that's canon within Legends. It's not canon within the new canon, which is why they need to make.
Yeah,
up
I love
a
that
new
book.
name versus
Matter of fact, I'm
canon,
gonna read
because
it again.
canon is just confusing.
About a made up Plagueis. I don't know about that. I mean, I think he's right there.
I mean,
And then he goes on to tell him about his student who kills him. You know, he's talking about himself.
I mean, this to me signifies.
Ironic.
I mean,
What's really funny about Darth Plagueis, they left the end kind of a little bit mysterious because we don't know if Plagueis' spirit entered into Palpatine. We don't know that. And that's
It
kind of,
became
to
so
me, the
powerful.
ending was left a little
The only thing.
vague.
In a weird way, Palpatine became like a Plagueis, I guess.
Yeah, in a way.
Oh yeah, except for I guess he foresaw Vader killing him, unlike Plagueis, who was not able to foresee his student. Palpatine, I'm assuming. You know, I don't know. Lurch, what are you saying? Are you saying that yeah, I know that the Legends isn't canon, but are you saying that whoever this Plagueis is that he's talking about in the scene here, is that not the same Plagueis? Is that just a
Legends
made up
was
story? Is that-
canon. At one point, it was canon.
Yeah, when the novel's right before Disney bought it. But now, even with Disney, that obviously Revenge of the Sith is still canon. So Plagueis is still canon, but I think Lurch is saying that it's not the same.
His story
Plagueis. It's just a
isn't
made-up
part
Plagueis.
of their new canon. It's still part of the continuity of Legends. And that's why, like, if they continue Legends, it'll still be part of that continuity.
So yeah.
Yeah, it is the same Plagueis. Yeah. Well, but Plagueis is like Zeus now. He never
It's
existed.
because-
So they're
it's
just
because
okay.
Lawrence Kasdan didn't like the prequels, and he
he
only put Darth Maul in the end of Solo because of his son.
Orville Nation, did you change your name to Spanish? Nacion Orville?
Nation Orville. Or is that a spam account?
No, it's
Or
Orville
tribute.
Nation.
Like Drunk 3PO's got how many now? Now Orville Nation's got different accounts.
There you go, Orville Nation. Viva the Orville, baby.
So Plagueis has become like a Zeus-like character, more legend than anything else.
Like
But aren't
Darth
all
Bane?
legends based in some sort of fact?
Kind of like Darth Bane.
Darth Bane and Darth Revan were almost made canon
Wait,
in
no,
Clone
Darth
Wars.
Bane was made canon in Clone Wars. It was Revan
Yeah.
who was almost made canon.
Revan was almost made, yeah. And the Mortis trilogy.
Darth Bane was made canon in Lost Missions.
Oh, which one was Lost Missions?
Season 6, I think.
Okay.
Which also kind of ties into like George's original vision, because Yoda meets the Wills.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's right. That's where you see Darth Bane. Yeah. That's right.
Well,
That's
I'm telling you guys, trust me, that's the next place that they're going. Darth Revan will be canon shortly, because after this trilogy's done, it's the only place that they got left to go that they can try and salvage any sort of like fan base for. Because
Do you think they'll troll the fans and make him female?
Darth Ravina.
That's a good point. But I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but if they do the whole thing, and
Yeah, I think it depends
It
on
would
who's in
piss
charge.
off a lot of fans.
well, no, but
If they gave Favreau and Filoni control of it, no way, it would not be. They'd keep it true. If it's like whoever Kathleen Kennedy's successor is out of her little group, her minions, then who knows? They might, I don't think so, but
Well, as long as like
Well,
Pablo Hidalgo is still around, he views Revan as a female. So I think if he's still around, he'll end up trolling the fans on purpose.
well, here's the
he could.
Here's the thing, CJ. This is why, if they actually try to do that whole thing justice, I don't think that they want to screw up the Sean bloodline. I think they want to kind of establish the Sean bloodline. So I think Revan will be male, Bastila will be herself, and then they'll go on from there. Because, don't forget, if they do this according to sort of what we know by the story, Mitra Surik is going to be female anyway. So they're not going to have like two female protagonists like that, so quickly on the heels of one another. So yeah, it's probably a safe bet Revan stays male, and Mitra Surik, if they go according to everything, will be the big female hero.
Yeah. Angelus Draven said he was already canon in Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah, but I
still
don't
part
think
of the
that's
Legends
canon.
continuity.
Yeah, Legends continuity.
KOTOR is Legends canon, Angelus. So what they have to pull SWOTOR and KOTOR out of Legends canon. Now I think that'll happen rather quickly, because again, my prediction is the next direction they go is immediately to the Old Republic if they want to try to recoup anything. And I think they're going to approach it very cautiously after this movie bombs, which it will, because they actually want to try and make money
Yeah,
next time.
The Old Republic isn't part of Disney canon.
Well,
I'm just trying to
that's what Benioff and Weiss.
clarify here.
Benioff and Weiss were definitely, hired to write a trilogy
Oh,
of
yeah.
movies of the Old Republic. I mean, there's no
No doubt.
doubt about it. It just they got a $250 million deal. I can't really blame them.
Yeah.
Well, it's more likely that they didn't agree with what Kathleen Kennedy was doing.
That's possible too, yeah.
Yeah.
And you got Feige now, doing something. Who knows what he'll be doing?
I have a feeling that they might get Feige in on that one.
On what?
I have a feeling they might get Feige in on Old Republic.
Well, maybe they got him to replace, Lord and Miller.
Yeah, you're right. Like, it's all the good stories aren't in Disney canon. Which is why we need to really push this whole Bring Back Legends hashtag.
Yeah. Well,
agree with you.
Twin Sons have their foundation. They put the billboard up there.
Yeah.
They're doing that again. They had a fundraiser a couple months ago where they raised enough to put 2 billboards up outside Lucasfilms up in San Francisco.
Yeah. Although I've been told that because supposedly they view now as the Twin Sons connected to the Phantom Menace, their Lucasfilm is basically ignoring it. So that's kind of bummer, but
Well, I don't know if Stephen Walton, he's been told that there is a battle for the soul of Lucasfilm, and there are there are Lucas sympathizers, and then there are the Disney sympathizers. And
yeah. Well, once we get Legends back, I think everything will be back to normal.
yeah, well, it depends on how much of that will if they accept that as they can't accept that as canon because
No, it would be a different continuity. Different
timeline.
yeah.
See, that's where you could enter. That's where they could kind of mess. And I don't know. I'm not saying they should do this, but they could kind of mess around with the world between worlds, kind of plot that they established, where you can go in through timelines and
right. Bring back Legends.
They could fiddle around with that and make Legends a multiverse of Star Wars.
I'm not sure about that. Just have it as two
I'm not saying
separate.
they should do that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's something they could do.
Yeah, just have it 2 separate. What does Bear think of that?
Well, I wish they wouldn't have messed with the EU canon. They would have kept it in there as it was, but they chose to pilfer it, and their pilfering didn't do it any good. It did it serious injustice. That's what I think.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
They didn't even have to adopt those stories. I know I see a lot of fans say, "Oh, they should have done Heir to the Empire." They already did Heir to the Empire. It's a book series. You can go and pick it up at your nearest bookstore. Just read it. Create new stories and continue the Legends lore. Make a story after Crucible. And, in between Legacy and Crucible. Tell us what happened to Luke, Han, and Leia.
Yeah, they did do one comic that came out, I guess, kind of recently that expands the Legends.
Marvel 108. And a lot of fans said that was pretty good.
Yeah. So, I guess, to a degree, they've listened at least a little bit.
Yeah. What I'm afraid is that Disney will end up ruining Legends continuity.
Yeah. That's a problem. If they bring it back only to turn it into their same type of Disney canon, then what's the point? That's without I don't know, without the old Lucasfilm guys in charge, I just don't know if it'll. Unless you get Filoni and Favreau, unless they are given a bigger role and creative control, because that's the closest you're going to get to Lucas. At least Filoni, he was trained underneath them, so
Yeah,
even Lucas himself. I think some of the writers that they got in the book, like Timothy Zahn, some of those guys write, I think, just as good, if not better, stories.
Yeah, I think Nation Orville is what do you call it? A clone? Not a clone, but
Clone, separate tribute account.
tribute account. Yeah, because they got 0 subscribers, no videos, and only home.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't know. I won't feel like I've made it until there's like some like tribute account floating around another heretic somewhere. That's when I'll know I finally gained some footage on YouTube.
Yeah, you need a couple good haters. And
I've had a couple of haters in the past, so
yeah, I have too.
Yeah,
It's part of the territory.
man. Yeah.
I've had people like make fake screenshots of me, and it's like, what drives
Pe-
someone to do that? Like,
people don't like us in general, CJ. It's like, because I think the prevailing thing, and that's part of the reason why I love the Phantom Menace so much, and why I love working for Bounding Into Comics. See, most of us come from a place of common sense thinking. It has nothing to do with your personal politics or anything else. It's just the fact that we come from that center of common sense thinking and work our way out. We're not on some extreme end of the spectrum and work our way in. We come from the common sense center and work our way out. And that's the way, normal people actually think. And that's why this is a good thing, because, we approach it in that way. The people that are, on extreme levels of the spectrum that just drone all this nonsense, they're the ones that have time on their hands to just, point fingers and say, "Oh, you're wrong. I don't like you for saying that." Blah blah blah. And they're gonna come at you. That's just the mindset that those people have compared to our mindset, where it's like, hey, we're actually real people and have common sense. So, you're going to get that. And that's why I think they come after us. But, it's all good. I get comments, CJ, on my stories sometimes, on Bounding, because you can leave comments under the stories, and we have that thing where people can comment anonymously without, being logged into the site. So, yeah, I've gotten crappy comments on my stories before. They're like, they're like, "I can't believe, this article sucks, and I can't believe you think that." Blah blah.
Yeah,
blah.
you got
Yeah.
haters that are gonna hate.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah, Tommy in the chat saying he is
it's not
haters.
even like constructive
What?
criticism. It's just
yeah,
You look in the
Yeah.
chat, Tommy, like the best modder of all of any group. He says he gets he has a couple haters. It's
Yeah.
unbelievable. Like, how do you not like Tommy? How does he have haters? I can't believe
Tom is
that.
awesome.
we
He's everywhere. He's the best guy. The best guy you want modding.
final. You could be, the most like docile and introverted person in the world, and the minute that you support that Fandom Menace hashtag, you're a target.
Yeah. That's. I guess so.
Yeah, I mean that's it in a nutshell, basically.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Jeez. That's crazy, Tommy. That's insane. Bob Ross had haters. Bob Ross had a lot of people who parodied him, but they say imitation is the best version.
Flattery.
Of flattery.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
So yeah, that's Orville Nation's parody account.
Nice.
I would love someone to make a Speak and Spell CJ account.
Well, there's a few different key words in Spanish that I know because I grew up hearing certain things, as a kid, and I remember them. And when I was 2, I could speak Spanish. I just lost it.
Yeah, I know all the cuss words.
Yeah. It was like a little joke because the first time I started streaming, I was using that terrible mic, and it would just cut out every 2 seconds. So made me sound like a speak and spell.
What else do we got? What are did you guys talk about the Mandalorian? I haven't heard.
Only a little bit, really. We haven't got your thoughts yet.
Well, I liked it. I thought it was the best since the third one, chapter 3. I thought the action was good. I love the scene where he's hunting people. He's hunting the robots. I mean, not the robots, the crew one by one. But I love the robot scene
like
too, where he
the
takes them out from
Predator
behind.
type scene.
I thought it was reminiscent of
Yeah.
the Clone War robots.
Yeah, they were. Yeah,
Roger.
the Roger guys. The one like the strategist. What was his name? Zero, the droid that was on their team.
The buddy
Zero?
from IT Crowd.
He reminded me of one of the strategists from the Clone Wars that the Trade Federation was using. He talked very similar. The heads were a little different, but they had a very similar vocal pattern, and they were like the kind of strategists of the of the Trade Federation. Those droids. That's what that thing reminded me of.
I know what you're talking about. I think they appeared in Rebels as well.
I think they did. Yeah, I think they were in Rebels as well. Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Droid, though.
Yeah, it wasn't the same model, and the heads were a little different, but similar kind of position. Where they're these chief strategists of missions.
I kept laughing every time like he spoke because I just kept thinking of IT Crowd.
Yeah, but overall, it's a good episode. I didn't like the reference to Canto Bite. One thing that was
I think that was a nice dig to it, though.
No, well, maybe if yeah.
And the Gungan.
I was okay with the Gungan.
That was hilarious.
Yeah, I was okay with that. I like that. It was just the Canto Bite, it made me just think of that movie. But yeah, you're right. It was probably kind of like a poking fun at Canto Bite more than anything.
Yeah.
Which is
I do
funny.
appreciate.
Ryan Johnson had, expressed interest in wanting to direct an episode.
Yeah.
Of
what did you think of that?
Say it again.
What did you think of that?
Of which?
The episode.
Oh, episode 6.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was. I thought it was a little bit more daring than a lot of the other ones. I thought it was. What's his name? Who's the comedian?
Bill Burr.
That has that weird gun that shoots up from his shoulder, and basically it shoots wherever he points his weapon at. I wasn't really crazy about that, but that's small and insignificant because we've never seen anything like that in Star Wars that I know of, and I don't know. I thought it was decent overall, but I thought that it should have took some more risks. Overall, I like it, but I thought there should have been some more risk taking.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen him kill the crew instead of just throw him in jail, but
at least,
honestly, I thought he did until they showed them in the cell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand how Clancy Brown's character didn't die from getting slammed in the door
twice.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah, when that second one closes sideways on him, you think, "Oh, that's it."
Yeah.
But I guess it just got his horns. I guess his body was out of the way of it.
So, I didn't even realize that was Clancy Brown.
Oh
until he posted that, I was like, "Oh shit, it's Mr. Krabs."
Yeah, I was very happy to see him. Yeah, he's good. He's always good in everything he's in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh,
I've-
Angela
I've yet-
Straven. You said
I've
Dash Rendar had something similar.
Who?
Bear. Dash Rendar. He was the character from the
They canonized him.
heck it's called Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah,
Shadows of the Empire.
they made him canon in one of their.
Yes,
new-
they referenced him, didn't they?
Yeah, in one of the newer books.
Yeah, he's referenced to. Yeah, I don't remember him having that kind of little.
And I
gun
think that
thing, though.
Outrider is in the trailer for Rise of Skywalker.
It is.
Yeah, if you
I
look
think
closely.
the ghost is in there.
Yeah, the ghost is in there as well.
Oh, the Outlier's in there. That's pretty cool.
So I'm wondering if like they'll bring him.
Razor Crest. Is the Razor Crest going to be in there?
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah.
What did you guys think of like Dave Filoni showing up?
I loved it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I liked it too. What's
I
what's the gal's name? Isn't she a writer?
No, that's Deborah Chow. She directed the chapter 3 and is the director of the Obi-Wan series.
yeah.
Well, director, writer. That's pretty close.
Yeah. And then the other guy was Rick Fumaiya, who directed that episode. So they were the 3 X-Wing pilots.
I thought it was kind of brutal of them just to shoot it, that whole thing. It's
Well,
like they're supposed to
mean-
be on the good side, right?
who
and they're
the
just-
rebels? Or I mean,
Yeah.
the I guess the New Republic, technically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think they were getting back because whoever had that beacon was the distress signal. I mean, they did kill, the New Republic guard and break him out of jail, and so I think they were responding to that.
those droids ended up looking like HK from Old Republic. I don't know if you thought that too. or-
Sort of like the assassin droids.
Yeah, like the assassin droids. Yeah,
Yeah. The ones that were a lot smarter, but they still said Roger, Roger.
yeah. Oh, is that what they did?
Yeah, they said Roger,
Okay.
Roger too.
I'd have to rewatch it.
Those are the robots that were all black, right?
I think they were silver.
Silver.
Yeah,
In Old Republic they were
the Old
brownish.
Republic game you're talking about here.
Yeah, like
I actually
rusty
just pulled it up.
HK, meat bags. That guy.
Here, Barry, you can share that screen. That's what he's talking about here. HK-47.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Those that's a bit different from those. Basically, they were droids that were sent in at nighttime. They were dark color. They were grayish metal, and they were a lot smarter from the regular Roger, Roger robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the ones in the Mandalorian look different, so they had more of that head pattern, I think.
Yeah, those
So-
things are pretty cool looking.
What else you got to share on screen?
Do you feel that it's power of McClunky? Use it. Oh.
Used McClunky.
Did you guys see The Crisis? Maybe we could talk about
Oh,
that
I'm
on
not
my
caught up yet.
stream. Yeah.
I'm still watching the last few episodes of last season, so I haven't watched any of the new season yet.
Yeah.
But I heard it ends with the last 2 episodes in January. Right? They did their break for the season, and they still have 2 more to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to seeing Brandon Routh back as Superman. That's what I'm most looking forward to.
Did you say Routh?
Yeah, Brandon Routh.
Oh, I always thought it was pronounced Roth.
Oh, no, I think it's Ralph. Routh. It's Ralph. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
He was a great
And here all these
Superman.
years, I thought it was Roth. David Lee Roth, Learn something new every day.
Oh, Tommy asked, what do we think of the upcoming Clone Wars?
I hope they
Oh,
don't
was that
ruin it.
season? Was that season 7,
8, I think.
8?
Let's see. I think it's season 8, isn't it? Is it 7? I think it's 8.
Yeah, I think it's
They did that
going to
season-
be good.
I hope
Yeah.
they don't ruin it though.
Okay, random joke.
What do you want him to address? I want him to address. Well, you got to finish the Anakin and Ahsoka, story. Because from
Gotta
what I
explain-
understand,
You guys show how Palpatine got captured.
yeah, I got to show how. Yeah, because that's what I was about to say. From what I understand, this ends off like right as they lead up, as they're leaving to get Palpatine back. So the Clone Wars 8 should end with where Sith begins. So yeah, you got to show how he gets captured. I want to see Darth Maul, the whole finish, the finish of that story. Because the next him will be Solo, which takes place,
Yeah, I
years
think it's
later.
the Battle of was it
Mandalore.
Mandalore? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I wonder if they'll have tie-ins to Mandalorian.
Thinking of how interesting would it be if you see that, Mandalorian, the flashback scenes we've seen in the show.
Yeah.
How great would it be to see like the continuation of those scenes in the Clone Wars?
Yeah, Tommy's also like
That would have been cool.
What happens to Cad Bane? That's
Oh,
another one
yes.
they gotta.
Yes, wouldn't it be
Yeah.
great if that
I just
mysterious-
watched something about Cad Bane the other day.
What if that was Cad Bane, the mysterious figure that we see?
No,
at the end?
because supposedly
last,
he,
chapter.
well, unless he survived.
Yeah, no, he could have survived, right? And
I mean, they just
ends up being
explain
Cad
how Boba Fett got his dent in
Yeah.
that Cad Bane scene.
I would love to see
They
Cad Bane in
released
the
that.
Mandalorian. I would be equally as excited to see him show up as if that were Boba Fett.
Yeah.
would be
Tommy,
pretty-
Tommy brought up the one I like. Aura Singh would be good.
Oh yeah. Well, didn't she die in the
Of course,
Clone
she died.
Yeah.
No, she dies she dies. Yeah, she dies. But you know what?
Wars? Well, no
Yeah, how
one's
did she
ever
die? Someone
really
shoots her,
gone.
right?
Say it again.
Yeah, no one's ever really gone.
Unless they're burning in a fire, they're never. They're
No. You find out it's you find out. Yeah, they mentioned Beckett from
Oh,
Solo.
yeah,
Beckett. He kills him. He kills her. They like make mention of it or something.
But then again,
Yeah.
we never saw it, so
True, we never saw it. You don't know. That's true. Yeah, or saying she. Yeah, but everyone is coming back. That's true.
Yeah.
We don't know for sure.
I keep trying.
And we
to
never
figure-
saw it.
Figuring out when my live stream goes because I got it scheduled here.
Well, we just jump over.
I have to.
What was that?
Lots of typing.
Yeah, they can bring anyone back, Lurch. Who knows?
Exactly.
Yeah, the Maul
Yeah, I
thing
would
definitely
like-
needs to be touched
I would
on.
like
gotta-
to see them basically go back to Cad Bane and tell us what basically happened to him.
Yeah.
If they're going to
Yeah,
have another
got a
season
point.
of Clone Wars, you know.
Well, they never explain how did Boba Fett get Slave One again? Because didn't Cad Bane have it?
Did he?
Are you talking about from the Clone Wars show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were supposed to put a whole story with Cad Bane and Boba Fett together, where they were having to work together. They
On
were
Tatooine.
first like yeah, and they had gotten as far as the starting animation, but they never finished it because the show, they canceled Clone Wars at the time. But yeah, I did get to see some preliminary video, like the very, very preliminary animation of that at Celebration a few years ago. Went to the panel. They did a Clone Wars and Rebels panel, and Filoni was there and he showed some footage of what could have been. It would have been interesting. It would have been seeing Cad Bane and Boba Fett work together.
Supposedly they had a story about how Yoda and the Wookiees knew each other.
I don't remember that one. They
Yeah.
may have though. They had a Ventress story where Ventress kind of looked punk. She had like a blonde punk hair style.
Yeah.
And she was a bounty hunter.
Who's got the
Ventress had
echo?
become a bounty
I'm
hunter.
hearing an echo.
Yeah, there is there is an echo.
I don't know. Is it me? I haven't touched my mic, but maybe my cord. Let me see.
Yeah, I don't think there's an echo, is there?
Yeah, there was. It's gone now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I've been hearing it pop up here and there.
Oh, that's weird.
Maybe it's something in StreamYard.
I'm
Yeah,
beginning to
maybe.
wonder that here and there. Because you know what? Echo, it drives me nuts, man. Yeah, it makes me crazy, man. I just can't handle the echo sometimes.
Well, it's 10 minutes to 2 here, so I'm gonna think about probably calling it an evening since I'm battling this stupid sickness and whatnot. Try to get some extra rest.
It's a duck quacking sound.
Quack, quack.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard that.
Affleck.
My live
Interesting.
stream starts in like 5 minutes, so I still don't know what to talk about.
I can't sleep, CJ. I shall return.
All right, man. You have a good one.
All right.
All right. Nice streaming with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Final. We'll have to get together again and deep dive some stuff. I actually, Final. How much do you know about Battlestar?
Oh, Battlestar. I've watched the original through. It's been a while, but yeah, I have watched the original. Or not the original, but the remake from the
So you watched the 2000s?
Yeah, the 2001, yeah.
Okay.
I've never actually seen the original from the 60s, 70s. I haven't watched that one. But.
I'll have to get you on because next week. By the way, guys, for those of you that watch my Thursday Battlestar Galactica chat, next week is the final one, and then we're gonna take like a little break over the holidays, and then after the new year, we're gonna come back and I think what I'm gonna do at that point is we might start doing retro reviews of the 2000 show and also get into having some more special guests on like Final, and we'll discuss like the merits of old Battlestar, the 2000s Battlestar. We'll deep dive it all. But that's what Battlestar Galactica chat's about. So if you guys like the Thursday show, feel free to tune in. We're gonna also cover the final episode of Treadstone this Thursday. So make sure.
Oh, how is that? You like that show?
Oh, dude, that show is amazing.
I keep hearing good things.
Yeah.
And that's on Prime, right?
Actually, Treadstone is on USA Network, and you can binge it. Like if you have cable, all you got to do is it's like anything on demand. If you go on the actual network's website and you just sign in, they ask for your cable provider, and you sign in with your and then you can just binge the whole thing. Treadstone's amazing because it fills in the greater gaps between the Bourne movies, and it also sort of explains to you what's in play with the program, and you kind of find out just how many agents are walking around. And you also find out that it's a worldwide program. It's not just a CIA program. So make sure that if you guys are interested in something cool that has a lot of action and intrigue and some of the best fight sequences that I've ever seen, fight choreography.
Oh, that's what I like. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, make sure that you catch that show. You can binge it on usanetwork.com, and also the final episode is coming up this Tuesday, I believe. So,
It's just been one season so far, right? It just that's a new show.
There was an advertisement I saw for it today that kind of had a little bit of intriguing wording where it said season finale and not series finale. So it's looking like they are definitely going to pick it up for some sort of second season, whether they do it as an event style show where it's another 10 episodes, or they pick it up as a full on series and do like a 20 episode season. So we'll see how they do, because this first season has been like 10 episodes. It's almost more like a mini series.
Okay, I like that. Now, have you seen the Taken series? Did you watch that at all?
Yeah, I watched that.
Taken. Why does that sound so familiar?
It's based off
Taken
movies.
Movies, yeah, with Liam Neeson.
Okay,
It's like
all right.
his character before that.
I hear they turned it into a series.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
yeah.
this series this series is far and away better than anything, like, because I saw a few episodes of that Taken. Yeah,
It's okay. It's okay.
This Treadstone series, dude, the plot's amazing. The storytelling is amazing, and like I said, just the chase sequences, the fight sequences. I mean, it's awesome. They actually put good money into this, and you can see where it's paid off. You know?
Okay, good.
Yeah, if you compare and contrast, like if you watch like Treadstone. Like if you binge all the episodes of Treadstone and then you were to binge all the episodes of Mandalorian, it leaves the Mandalorian in the dust, because Treadstone's pacing is a little on the faster side, but there's always a constant narrative. There's a clear goal, so you don't get off track like you tend to do with the Mandalorian a little bit.
Yeah. That's good to know. I'm definitely gonna check that out then, because I was hoping that was going to be a good one. I'm a big fan of the Bourne movies.
I've gotten a lot of people to start watching it, man, and everybody's, and I've gotten a couple DMs like, dude, thanks for turning me on to this. This is cool.
Yeah. Oh, good. Yeah, I like a lot of those, those kind of espionage type shows. And
oh yeah.
So I'm gonna dip out because I need to set up my live stream.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it was nice talking to you guys.
Hey, indeed. We'll probably pop over a little bit later.
Yeah.
Okay. Bear final. CJ, take care. Take care, chat. Hail, chat.
Hail within a mess, and happy streams.
Absolutely. Have a good night.
Happy trails to you. Oh, wait a minute. We better not sing that song. Is that copyright free?
Is that copyright?
Lawsuit. Quicksilver Messenger Service, I think, sung that song one time.
Happy trails to you?
They did a version of it. Yeah, I believe so.
Ah. Happy trails to you.
Well, when's the last time you seen a UFO?
Oof. That video I sent you, that was the last time.
Wow, that's pretty cool. That was cool. How long ago was that?
That was last summer last summer is in this summer. I think that was in June.
Oh, wow. That's fairly recent.
April, yeah. Yeah, let me see where I took that picture now. Was that this summer or last summer? It's all bleeding together now. I think it was this year. Yeah, that was this year. That was like, June or so.
Someone saying hello.
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 Who, in the chat?
Yeah. Hello there.
Hello there. Who is it? Oh, Tyler, yeah. Tyler's he's been in the chat for a while there.
Yeah, but he was specifically saying hello to a Pacific person.
Oh, Jay. Hello, Jay. Okay.
Yeah.
Jay's new there.
Oh, look.
Oh, crap.
He's got 2 eyeballs that are missing the nipples.
Wait, is that supposed to be the... Oh, okay. That's his...
Yeah, his icon.
He could, if he colored them orange or orange is red, he could be like
Yeah.
one of those the little. Where did
So
I send that to you, Bear? I can't find it now. I'm trying to look through my
he was
album.
debating someone drunk and still managed to win. Oh, that's freaking awesome. And then they were talking about medieval stuff and medieval YouTuber experts, and he destroyed the guy. Well, hail to Mahler at that point. Yeah, I like Mahler. He's awesome.
Mahler does like the 15-hour streams.
How does he do that?
I have no idea. How do you do that?
I mean, I was wiped after that 6-hour stream, man.
Yeah.
I mean, standing up, it's like, man, my ass is sore.
Oh my gosh, I know.
Well, man,
I
that
don't
was
know
that
how
was
you do 15 hours.
man, that was one of those
What are you doing?
streams that just pop out of the vortex and it just appears magically, and it's just like, man, I think my laughing bone was sore.
Yeah. Yeah, just I mean the voice alone, you know. We did that one stream, that one late night stream we did. That was like 5 hours,
Yeah,
and I my voice was hoarse after that.
yeah. That
Couldn't keep
the
going.
one with CJ, that was almost. It was 10 minutes short of 6 hours.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's just that's rough on your voice alone.
Yeah, you know what I do to keep my voice good? Chamomile tea.
Yeah.
Chamomile tea. Drink water. Stay hydrated.
I have a hot toddy. That also does the trick.
Yeah, brandy, tea,
I'm
lemon,
using,
honey,
I'm using Irish whiskey for this one. Tullamore
Ooh,
Dew.
Irish whiskey.
Yeah, Irish whiskey, lemon, honey. I've got cloves and cinnamon, and then I put a dash of orange bitters.
Yeah, my mom used
That's
brandy
orange
for a
bitters.
hot toddy.
Yeah, brandy's good too. I have brandy and Disaronno, which is a almond liqueur, and you mix a little bit of that. They call
that's
it
good
a
stuff.
French Connection. Yeah, has
Ooh.
brandy and a little of the almond liqueur, Disaronno. Oh, that's good stuff too.
Oh, okay. Where'd he go?
Yeah, what is that? Amaretto and brandy. Keeps you warm on these cold nights. Of course, a cold night here is like 55 degrees.
Hey, I was in Shoreline in the middle of July, and let me tell you, when the sun goes down, it's freaking cold.
Where's Shoreline?
Shoreline, California.
Where where in, like, is that southern or northern or middle?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I would have to actually look. It's been a long time since I've been there.
Okay, yeah. I'm not
But
familiar.
we on the way up there, we drove before they altered the one. We drove up the one. Now they've altered it, and so I'm glad I got the chance to drive up the
Now,
one,
yeah.
Highway 1.
Yep. Not
And
the same.
and it's not the I've heard it's not the same. It's like, man, I'm glad I got the chance. That was in '98.
Yeah, you cut inland now, and yeah, I did it in '99, or was it '90? I might have also done it in '98 actually.
Yeah.
It was '98. We did that. We did a family trip out here. Yeah, '98.
I don't remember
But,
I don't remember the beach, but we stopped, and I swear to God, man, the sand was so soft. The first step I took, I fell down.
Yeah,
I kid you not.
sunk right in.
I'm from Gary, Indiana. Lake Michigan, Great Lakes. Beaches
Yeah.
pretty much everywhere over there, and used to walking in sand. And I walk in sand. I was barefoot. Sand
Over there,
barefoot.
it's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere.
Well, it's a little coarse, not too bad. But this sand was
like
so
that clean
it was like walking in silk
Oh, yeah.
granules. And
Yeah, that sounds good.
my first step, man, I fell right on my butt, and everybody laughed at me. And they're like, "You're not even drunk." I go, "The sand's really soft." Come on, you spend a few days, like 20-something days on the road or more. I think I was on the road for like 30 days.
Yeah, that's
the
a long
whole
time
this
ago.
whole state is nothing but sand.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you, man. In Indiana, it's all freaking sand, and if you dig down so far, you hit water table. Some places in Portage, Indiana, if you go down about 3 feet, you hit water table.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
3 feet.
Yes. Because you know that Lake Michigan, it extends underneath everywhere because it's so big.
Yeah.
Because it filters into the sand.
Yeah, 3 feet is not too deep.
No, and some places 6 feet, some places more. But they built a in Portage. They built a because one of the old railroad tracks, they turned it into a trail, walking trail and bike trail, the paved kind, you know. And they built a bridge in there, and when they dug down, they hit water table. So
Wow.
they had to have some engineers come in and devise a way not to hit the not basically to figure it out.
What'd they do?
I don't know, man, but they'd use some engineering wizardry to get it, because what they wanted to do is they wanted to make the concrete. Basically, what I think they did is instead of digging, they just built up and laid down a bunch of concrete that would set up real fast. And it's a pretty decent trail to this day now. And that's what they do around here. All these old railroad tracks, they turn them into walking trails or bike trails. Because there used to be a set of railroad tracks going right through Lacey right here. And I think they turned that into, I think it's been years since it ran through.
Well, that's a good thing. Use it for a good cause. City maintains it then.
Yeah. Yeah. And
Unless leaving, railroad tracks that's not maintained and just goes
right.
to
Because
it's the premise of a horror movie.
Because basically all these railroad tracks, they're owned by the rail companies, and they're also owned partially by the federal government because it's federal land. Because I believe back then they federalized it, and so I think the land is federal government land.
Well, then, yeah, they should be taking care of that anyway.
Right.
Or you would hope so, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. It was 2018. That's when it was. It was last summer. Man, the time flies.
2018.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's when I saw that UFO I sent you that picture of. July 22nd, right above the water, and Roy Rogers Beach in Malibu. And it was like right at sunset, looking out over the ocean, and I saw this little, circular object hanging above the water, and trying to figure out what it was, and it was just like sitting there, a good height above the water, and all of a sudden, after a little bit, it started moving along the water, like the horizon line, and then started getting lower, and then it just boom dipped in the water and poof, made a little slice little splash, and it was gone. This thing, I saw it come down, as it was hovering above, and I'm saying it was hovering above 50 feet maybe.
Yeah.
And it just started lowering and then just went in the water. And yeah, I'll send you the picture and the video I took of it. So pretty cool to see that on, to be able to capture that on video was great. But yeah, I've seen a couple things.
Well,
There's another instance I was with it was for a jog at night. My wife and I, it was like early evening, the sun had gone down, but we were just jogging around the neighborhood, and we got to the end of our jog, and we were just walking to the corner of the street and then back up, and we get to the corner and look up, and I see this like question mark constellation. And I asked her, I said, what constellation is that? Do you know of a constellation that looks like that? Because I'm, familiar enough, and there's nothing that looks like that. And then all of a sudden, it starts from the bottom of like, you know, where the mark would be. It starts, these little lights that look like stars start all doing like little circles, and they all start moving up together. Like, you know, the one by one, they start moving up in circles, going higher in the sky towards like where the top would be. And they did this just weird little pattern of circling around, and then they started fading off. They started fading away. It was the weirdest thing. And we, you know, she saw that, you know, we both saw that as well. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
Indeed. Yeah, I've seen 2 UFOs that I can remember that I've seen.
That you can remember, yeah.
Yeah. And let's see, back in fall of 97. It was just a little bit before my 25th birthday. And I was looking up. It was an absolute clear night. I mean, really clear. And normally the pollution smog from all the steel mills and stuff makes it really hard to see the stars sometimes because of all the smog over there in Gary, Indiana. Oh, northern Indiana is really, really polluted bad. Water table's polluted. It's illegal to tap a well in Lake County, Indiana. Illegal. Water is not safe to drink. Well, waters that are close to the steel mills, because they've dumped so many PCBs and contaminated the groundwater so bad. Yeah.
Oh man.
I was back behind Inland Still in Indiana, and me and a buddy of mine, we went back there and we found a black pond. The water was black.
A black pond. Ooh.
It was black. I mean, toward the edge of the pond where it was only inch deep. You couldn't see. You couldn't see through it.
Wow.
And we brought a baby jar with us and got a sample of it.
Oh wow, you did? Did you get tested?
Oh yeah. And a buddy of mine that was with me, he gave it to one of his older friends that's friends with his dad, and they went and got it tested. Man, there was some nasty stuff in that.
Yeah, I bet.
And we got chased by security and got shot at.
You got chased by security and shot at?
Yes.
From federal security? What kind of security was this?
Steel mill security. They were on snowmobiles.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was
They shot at you?
Yeah, it was dusk when we went back there, and then when it got darker, they were chasing us. We were boys in the woods, man. We knew how to get around. We knew every tree across because it was Salt Creek, Little Calumet, and we crossed Little Calumet to get over to the shooting range, the Porter County shooting range for the sheriff. Pretty much every law enforcement there came out there at the shooting range.
Wow.
And we found a tree. We crossed the tree, and we laid down because there was cornfields. We laid down between the rows. They were shooting at us. Rock salt.
Wow, I can't. They really take it serious. See, that's because you were going to expose. You're like Aaron Brockovich.
Yeah, they wanted us bad. If they could have got across, they probably would have. But they would have had to gone all the way back down to the old Samuelson Road and cross the bridge, and then go through a whole bunch of woods to get to that particular cornfield. But you see, we used to play capture the flag back there, and when we played capture the flag, we played with pellet guns. Yeah. And there was literally miles of woods. And basically, here's the thing about Indiana boys that growing up in the woods. We know how to survive out there. Because you might walk by me and I might be part of the mud. Literally.
That's like Rambo Part 2.
Yeah. And we did that before Rambo came out.
Came out of the mud, yeah.
Yeah. And
one of the coolest scenes in all of the Rambo movies.
Hell yeah. But yeah, we played capture flag out there and all that, and they were serious. They really wanted us.
Yeah.
Of course, we've been going back there and we've got chased a few times, and so I think they were starting to get to know who we were.
Ah, yeah. Yes, Lurch. I do know you can legally shoot. I'm just surprised at the extent that they went to so quickly. But maybe it does say, there might be signs too that say will be trespassers will be shot on sight.
And we're talking about Indiana.
Yeah, right. That's true too.
It's not too far from
Indiana.
Chicago,
In
you
the
know,
woods,
and
it's in the-
everyone carries a gun, and pretty much every truck's probably got a shotgun in the rack.
This was in the 80s too, right?
I want to say
Early
probably
90s, early
83.
90s. Oh yeah,
80,
early
80,
80s. Yeah.
83, 84, somewhere in between
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they chased us. They chased us for a while. The only problem is the snowmobiles couldn't get through the thickets. You see, we were going through bush, through the woods, and we knew the deer trails because we walked the deer trails. You can't really get a snowmobile onto a deer trail because you're going to take your own life by doing that.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't want
End
to
up
miss that.
End up wrapped around a tree, and so here we are. Hey, Bionic Belly Button, how you doing?
Hey, hail, Bionic Belly
Hail.
Button. Hail. Welcome.
And so yeah, they were real serious about capturing us, or and so pretty much all out there, we always walked the deer trails, and we were always dodging the game warden because we built up the dams. What we do is we would build resting pools, and we would leave about 10 feet open in the middle. And the game wardens, they didn't like that. They didn't like you doing that. Of course, we used to fish that creek for steelheads, Canadian steelhead.
Yeah. Steelhead
And,
was a trout, right? Steelhead trout.
Yes, it's a type of trout, yeah. And
Yeah.
we had Skimanian steelhead, and we had regular steelhead. Skimanian real long, skinny, and the regular steelheads were real fat and not quite as long. They were very similar to rainbow trout in that way.
Mm.
Yes, Tommy is a very busy wrench. We thank him.
There's a movie called Return of the Living Dead from the 80s, and it starts off with a bunch of kids find a canister that's been leaking into this like pond, and it's some kind of radioactive material, and it's turning people into zombies.
Interesting.
It had all the punks. That was one of the like kind of really 80s sort of cheesy-ish.
It was like called Return of the Living Dead.
Return of the Living Dead, yeah. And
I
it had
think
all
I'm
like
gonna
the
have to
real
rewatch that.
classic 80s punks in them. It was fun to watch. It's just one of those kind of cult kind of fun to watch movies. All the punk 80s, like punk rockers and bikers. Yeah, Return of the Living Dead. I love the classic zombie movies.
Yeah,
The
I
Romero,
do too.
all the Romero stuff.
Yeah, I love them.
Yeah.
I gotta wait.
Well, they were all filmed close to where I grew up too. Actually, one of the malls, the Day of the Dead, or no, Dawn of the Dead was filmed. The original was filmed in a mall that I had grown up going to in Pittsburgh, because Romero's from Pittsburgh, George A. Romero. So a lot of the movies were, Night of the Living Dead was maybe 45 minutes away from where I grew up in the suburb of Pittsburgh. So that was very big back then. So they were always on TV, and my brother and I would just love watching the zombie movies.
I just seen a comment. Where'd it go? They're saying something.
My goodness, yeah, look at that. Tommy, we've bumped into each other a few times today on different streams too.
Yeah, he's been a few different places.
Yeah,
He always
we
is.
were on the fourth wave, and then we saw each other on John. Oh, Bear, you were in there too.
Yeah,
John Talk.
Yeah.
His live stream. Yeah.
Well, I didn't go live until he was done.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Got to give John his due.
Yeah. John's good people. He was watching.
Yes.
Basically, he was watching.
Oh, he was?
Yeah. He was watching.
No,
I
I
sent
wasn't.
him. I sent him a link, and he says, "I'm going to watch."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, good. Yeah, John's a great supporter. No, I wasn't Bionic. I wasn't in this one. I haven't. We had our stream. We had our own stream tonight. Earlier. Well, we've had multiple streams tonight.
Yeah. And we're probably going to be over on CJ's stream in a little while.
Yeah. Did he start that? Is he started that one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You'll have to send me that link when the time comes.
Yeah, he's I might have already sent it to you, but I'll double check.
Oh, maybe, okay.
Because things get buried sometimes in chat.
Yeah, I know. Yes, John. Yeah, Tommy. John is awesome. He's the best. John's the reason I started my channel. He's my number one influence. And then obviously Jeremy as well from Geeks and Gamers. Those two guys are the number one.
Yes, CJH. Lord Troll says, I see Tommy 20 times a day.
Yep. Well, Lurch is everywhere too, though. I see you quite a bit.
Yeah.
On the chats as well. Yeah. Tyler, yeah, well, you know what? There's no one better to be your hero than yourself. That is the ultimate person to listen to.
So, Bionic Belly Button, did you notice your new accessory?
A new belly button ring?
No, new accessory.
Belly button ring's an accessory.
Yeah, but this one's more utilitarian, you know?
Oh, The Expanse. That's the next show I want to watch. I haven't watched that yet. And I'm like freaking dying to get into it. There's so much to watch. I'm still trying to figure out, still trying to figure the DC finish that from last season.
You're welcome, Bionic Belly Button. Uh-oh, my 6-year-old.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
My 6-year-old's mad about something.
Oh.
I hear him. He must have got told no by mom.
Yeah.
He's been doing this little thing lately, and I guess it's just a stage.
6 years old.
Yeah. My 4-year-old's gonna be 5 at day after Christmas.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he was a after Christmas surprise.
Yeah.
Born at home in the tub, and no, it was not planned.
Oh, born at home in the tub, and it wasn't planned. It wasn't. That just happened like that.
And he had this look in his eyes, like, "Why am I out here? It's cold."
Why am I in a bathtub?
Eyes fully open, fully alert, fully seeing. I was.
I made the reservation for a hospital bed. This is not what I'd ordered.
Right.
Wow, that's an intense story. Born.
You can imagine my reaction.
Oh my god! Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Was there anyone? Was it just you two there?
It was me, my wife, and the kids.
Yeah.
Owen at the time, he was almost 2, or a little over 2.
Wow.
I wake up and he's giving me this. He's looking at me. That's probably why I woke up, because he was looking at me, and he's giving me this "Where's mommy?" look, and it was 9:00. And by the time my feet hit the ground, it was 15 after. No sooner my feet touched the ground, I heard newborn cry coming out of the bathroom.
Oh, so she was doing it all herself in there?
She got a bath because her back was hurting. And she got in the tub.
It happened they say that a bath, like a warm bath, can induce labor. I've heard that before. It's like one of those, old wise tales.
Yeah.
But I guess it has some wisdom to it.
So yeah, and I don't know if you know this, but I don't talk about what I'm about to say very often. But traditionally, in Native way, we save the umbilical cord.
Oh yeah,
part of it.
Mm-hmm.
And normally, what that will do is that will be put in. I'll probably put it into a rattler, probably for them when they get older.
Hmm.
Yeah.
A rattler.
Yeah, it's rattle. You take it into lodge, sweat lodge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, like a baby rattle.
Yeah, yeah. And every one of my kids, I got all that's a little bit saved.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people do that. Keep part. Well, also I think you can for DNA reasons too.
Right. My mom
You're
kept
able to
part of
keep
mine.
them.
I remember.
Yeah, I think my parents had some of mine too. I would probably want to keep that as well. I mean, that's a kind of a sacred thing.
Yeah.
You know, I think
Yep.
that's nice. Wow. So that's a tough baby right there.
Oh yeah, and
Tough wife too. Damn.
yeah, she's Irish, Greek, and Cherokee, and Tukcha.
Yeah, Irish. Tough.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, you got Santa was one day late on that gift.
Oh yeah. Oh, and it's
I
the
was,
it's
I
the
was
gift
up
that
on
kept on
Christmas.
giving.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh man, he's something else. He is something else. Both of them, their nicknames are Master and Disaster, and they trade back and forth.
I like that. Master and disaster.
And they are not afraid to climb.
Oh yeah, adventurous. Of course, he was born in a bathtub. He's not gonna be afraid of anything.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, does he? Oh, he's probably too young. But does he like having his birthday so close to Christmas? I feel like it gets overshadowed.
Bionic Belly Button. It's not sentimental. It's considered very sacred, and because it's their, I guess you could say it's their personal medicine for themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Yeah.
a lot of sacred meaning and scientific reasoning behind it for umbilical cords. Keep
Right.
Yeah, it says he probably is too young to care about when his birthday is, though, huh?
Not really.
Yeah.
What he cares about is toys.
Right. Yeah, that's as long as you're getting toys, you don't care.
It just means he
Yeah.
gets toys.
Yeah. See, my birthday, I was almost born on Christmas. I think I was originally scheduled to be born on Christmas, but I was late. Let's see, how many days? 5, 6, 7, 8 days, I guess.
Yeah.
8 days a week. And I never, growing up, it was always kind of, you get presents all at once, but then the rest of the year, you go without you don't have like that midway point birthday.
Right.
So it's kind of like you got, here's your birthday and Christmas gifts all in one.
Yeah, my dad's birthday is the 19th.
On
My
the
dad-
19th of January?
December.
Oh, December. Oh, so
Yeah.
yeah, it's coming up.
Yeah,
Boy, that's the
Yeah.
rise of. Yeah.
Yeah, my dad passed away in 2010.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to hear that.
Yeah, he had some really bad heart conditions, congestive heart failure.
Oh, really?
And he wasn't happy. He was not happy. He was
No.
tethered to an oxygen machine.
Yeah.
His condition was so bad that if he walked more than like 15 feet, he would be like winded.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's terrible. To have to live like that would be just terrible. Oh man. Oh, Tyler, yeah, I was there that day.
No
I
kidding,
was
you were
in-
there?
I was in Midtown. I was living in New York at that time. I lived there. I lived in New York for 10 years, and I had
Wow.
I was there that day in Midtown Manhattan when that happened. It was like out of a movie. I walked to the streets and it was like that happened downtown, so I was Midtown, so I was 50, 60 blocks north of that, but it was like out of a movie. It was like the Independence Day scene where
Right.
everyone's trying to get out of the city at once, and it was in the morning, not at night. But yeah, very similar to that. I was walking towards the Queenborough Bridge, and it was a sea of people crossing the bridge trying to get out of Manhattan. I'd never seen anything like it. I don't think hopefully we'll never see anything like it again.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, it was just surreal. to see that so many people on the street cry, and walking in the middle of the street. I mean, the whole bridge was overtaken by people. Like, I don't know how cars, I don't know how they were trying to get by, but it was just crazy. It was like a mass evacuation because no one knew what was going on, what had happened, if there was something coming next. It was a very crazy time to be in New York for those. I mean, the next year.
I was a telemarketer when that happened, and I was on outbound credit card calls, and 20, actually more than that. 100 of our outbound credit card calls disappeared. Lost them. Because the main places were out of New York there.
Yeah.
And basically what happened is and we didn't how people that were affected by it got federal compensation. We didn't.
Oh wow.
We didn't. It had a drastic, really, really bad effect on, because basically there was a lot of calls that disappeared because they were coming out of New York. We were getting our call lists and everything from New York for credit card calls. And there were some credit card companies that just disappeared over in a flash, literally.
Yeah.
And we got in there, and they said our call center, the majority of our calls are down, and we got sent home. And and I watched everything unfold on the news that day.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh, Tyler said he has a recorded phone call from someone that was in the buildings. Jeez.
It's really
I
sad.
knew 3 people that worked in the buildings. One of them was my roommate, and everyone that I knew, the 2 people that were there that day got out. They didn't listen to what they were supposed to do. They both were breaking the rules and not listening to what they were telling them to do, and they both got out and lived. And then my roommate had called. I was there on Saturday. That happened on a Tuesday. I was there on Saturday before in the Trade Center, in one of them. I forget which building he worked at, but I was at the bottom in the lobby of one of them. That's Saturday before, because my roommate worked there. He worked on the top floor in the lookout tower as a security. And he called the night before. So let's see, that was Tuesday. So Monday night, he called to see if they would need him because he was supposed to work the next day. And they told him they didn't need him. They didn't need him until Christmas time because school had started. It was like our first or second day of school too, college. And they told him they wouldn't need him till Christmas. So he didn't go in that morning. Supposed to be there that day. He left New York, and I didn't see him for a week because he was so freaked out by the fact that he could have been there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I've seen all the YouTube videos that didn't get scrubbed that were about that event.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it because,
Yeah.
But yeah, there was, yeah. And, wow. The time, I was, there was a lot of things going on after that. It was pretty sad. Very, very sad.
Oh yeah.
And, I'll put it this way, all the prayer circles that I knew of were putting out lots of prayers. Lots of prayers. There was literally a call to prayer when that happened.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, I had friends that lived in apartment buildings that were just blocks from there because I used to go down there and visit them. And they were displaced. They had to stay in like a shelter they set up in Staten Island for a couple weeks afterwards until they could make it safe enough to bring people back. Because I'm talking like they lived like 5 blocks, so a lot of it was rubble and not safe. And they were out of place to live for weeks until they could get back.
There was a
And,
lot of people displaced.
Yeah, yeah. And I remember going back once they allowed you back down there. Can I just the smell of like the burning metal? I can think of that smell and almost like you're re-smelling it. You know how that's weird with memories and senses. You can, I'm not smelling anything physically, but I can close my eyes and remember how that smelled. Isn't that weird how you can do that?
Yeah, yeah. There's
I can smell it even in my mind. It's so strange how that works.
yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I can.
Oh
Man,
put it to you this way: when my grandmother's around, I can smell fresh tortillas being cooked.
fresh tortilla. Yeah, isn't that crazy? How does that work?
Well, my grandmother passed away when I was 21, and my grandmother, she was a migrant farm worker. Her mother was from Spain. Her father was Apache. My grandfather's from Mexico, and he was Aztec Indian and Spanish. And my grandmother, she made fresh tortillas. She made every day. She twice a week she boiled beans for the whole week, and huge pressure cooker, man, huge.
Yeah,
You could have gone in it and slid down a hill in it, when you were a kid. And matter of fact, maybe one time we tried and we might have got caught. Don't mess with grandma's pots and pans. Well, she used to make fresh tortillas, and I would. Only reason why I was allowed in the kitchen was because I would go in and help immediately. Say, "What can I do? Can I help?"
yeah.
And so basically, when my grandma's around, it's normally because there's some kind of concern that I need to be warned, and so it's pretty. I like the smell of fresh tortillas, but whenever I smell it and they're not being made, it's like, okay, stop, pay attention, what's going on, look around, what's happening. That's the mode I go into when I smell that.
Yeah, it's crazy how the senses and memories work. I mean, it's I think it goes beyond the physical.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, where's it stored? How it's crazy how you can recall it so quick, but you can almost physically smell.
It's our chemistry. Our chemistry triggers the memory.
Yeah.
And that memory, the way I understand it, and there's been some studies done that they're saying that it's possible to inherit memories through DNA.
I've seen those studies as well, and I think that is really fascinating. And you wonder if that's how some people. I mean, genetics and the DNA code. I mean, it could transfer. It's obviously transferring information, but you have like the LeBron James and his son is also a fantastic. He's young, but a fantastic basketball player. And is he picking up some things? Is he able to learn at a quicker speed because he's picking up some things from his dad?
Yep.
It's transferred, memories that are transferred that, yeah, it's crazy.
Every now and then, I'll have a dream about my grandfather. Doesn't happen very often, but it does. We used to have phone conversations, and here and there. That's when I came out to Washington originally. I came out to Washington in '99, January 7th. 5-day crazy bus ride, let me tell you. Some of them bus drivers that drive those mountain roads in blizzards was driving like it was NASCAR.
Yeah, blizzard and
yeah,
not scared of anything.
Things I don't really get scared by stuff. And one of the bus drivers was kind of scaring me because I was sitting up straight and I was paying attention and I was ready to hold on to something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the guy had me nervous, but man, that guy could drive. He got us from Denver to Montana in not long at all. Normally it would take me like between like maybe 7 hours to 8 hours, and it probably took him like 4.5, 5.
Oh wow, that's really
In a
aggressive.
blizzard. In a blizzard. Because the bus driver changed in Denver, and then when it left, it was already a lot of snow, and it was already snowing, but a blizzard hit pretty good, and it was
Yeah.
pretty much blizzard all the way to Montana. And we stopped in it wasn't Bozeman. It could have been Bozeman. But there was this one horse little town, one light. And, the first thing we want coffee. And there's a restaurant across the way that had coffee. And it was open too. In the middle of the night, like 1 a.m. or something like that. And we're getting ready to cross the street. All of a sudden, all these cars come through. 1 car, 2 car, 3 car. 100 cars later, we finally get the cross. And we just all look at each other. And we're like, where'd they come from? I mean, nowhere, nothing town. And it's just like, just a small little town. Little pit stop,
Yeah.
It's like, we're all just looking at each other like, where'd they come from? And then it was back to silence. And when you see the snow crunches a certain way in Montana in January.
In January.
Yeah, that was January 6th that day. And basically it echoes off of everything, crunch, crunch. And and so we got our coffee, got back on our bus, and we're just like, we're still blown away by the 100 cars or more that just went through the one stoplight. Wow. Hell of a thing. Yeah, that one UFO that I seen in Indiana on that clear night, it whisked to the left, to the right, and it went bing. But you see, it did that after I said, "Hey, I know you're up there," just for shits and giggles.
Right.
Just for shits and giggles. And then it moved, and I'm like, and then it moved again, and then wait.
Wow.
And I stood there. I stood there for about maybe 10 minutes with, I was smoking a cigarette, mouth open. You know how your cigarette will stick to your lip?
Yeah.
I was sitting there like that, like my mouth open, cigarette hanging. And I'm just like, wow. And I was going to see my friend play guitar that night. And man, what a story I had.
Yeah, no kidding. You saw crazy that actually kind of responded.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And
Called it out.
Yep. And I'm just like, I was just blown away. I couldn't believe it. Just wow. And the other one I seen was in my parents' house backyard. Yeah. Yeah,
In your parents' house backyard.
Yeah,
that was close up.
Yeah. And well, my parents were out of town, and so I was watching the house back then. And so I decided to have a party. And everybody was asleep. I was outside. It was basically about June. In between June and July. It was getting close to July. And it was a warm 80-degree, 85-degree balmy night. Cool breeze blowing. And I'm just sitting there, smoking a cigarette. And I've got the car. I got my Jetta in the backyard with the sunroof open, the radio real low, and I'm just watching the stars. And the moon has just come up in the west. I'm facing the east, And all of a sudden, I seen this orange red glow coming over the neighborhood. And it was not very far off the ground.
Not very. So how high are you talking?
200, 300 feet.
Okay, so a building height.
You know how
Skyscraper.
high the Sears Tower is?
Yes, I've been to the top of that.
A little less than half high. I've been there too.
Yeah, so a building skyscraper high. Yeah.
But you see, when you're in Gary, Indiana, where there's not very much around, because all the big buildings are in downtown, and there's no skyscrapers down. And so it's flat land, and you can see pretty good. And I'm just looking at this thing, and I'm just like, wow! And it was huge. It was huge. It was huge.
Yeah. What color was it?
It was an orange, reddish, pulsing glow.
Yeah, orange, reddish, pulsing glow.
With a little bit of a yellow afterglow surrounding it. And it was just moving north toward Lake Michigan. And once it got just a little bit past the neighborhood, it shifted to the northeast, going toward Michigan City.
Mm-hmm.
Because Michigan City, as a crow flies, was about 28 miles from Gary. And if you took Route 12, it was probably like 38 or so.
Now I wonder if it's, you probably can't tell because it would, but if it was translucent, if you could see through it, or if it was something solid in the center of it,
I couldn't see through it, and I couldn't tell if there was something solid behind it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
the orbs. I wonder, is it solid or is it like an energy kind of thing?
Unknown at this point, but man, I'm telling you.
I think we deal with. I think there's some sort of interdimensional aspect to these things.
Oh, I believe so. Absolutely.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I don't think they're coming from. I think they're coming from somewhere else, not on our plane of existence. There's a lot of research that has been done towards that end as well. These things are not simply, aliens from another planet, but it goes a lot deeper than that, which gets pretty crazy, but very, very fascinating as well. Yeah, so a couple of people. Tyler, he's never seen one before. Tommy's had a bolt of lightning hit right next to the house. Wow.
Yeah, I had a friend that got hit by lightning.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Did he survive?
It was her. Her dog didn't though.
She survived. Her dog didn't. Oh yeah, be a lot for her. It's amazing that she survived though. It's a lot for a human to take.
She was after that, man. Energy wise and clairvoyant wise, she was very low.
Oh, I bet she was lit up. Yeah, yeah.
She got
had energy pulsating through her.
She got blessed by the thunder beams, I guess you could say.
Man, you had to survive it. Oh, so she had some kind of clairvoyant power after that too. That's like Flash. The Flash got hit by the lightning and then his powers.
Because that was lightning that actually struck inside the building because of the skylight, right?
Yeah.
And plus all the chemicals he had there too.
Yep. It's like perfect combination.
Yeah, I like Flash. I like the Flash. I think
I do too.
I think the guy that's playing the Flash should be the guy that plays in the movie.
They should have kept him. Yeah.
Because
they should have kept him. They should have brought Arrow in as the same. They should have kept the same CW cast for the movies.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, he's good. He's a good Flash. He plays the part well.
I'm hearing really bad things about the Crisis.
Yeah, I've heard it's not as good as
Yep.
as I was hoping it was going to be.
It's got some wokiness going on, I hear.
Well, Supergirl alone, and Batwoman are very, very woke shows.
Oh man, it's been a while since I've done a video about Batwoman, but
Yeah.
yeah, I've never done anything about Supergirl.
Yeah, Supergirl's. The first couple seasons were okay, but it started getting really, political.
Wow, no power for 2 weeks. Hope you guys had a generator.
Yeah,
Hurricane.
that's 2 weeks.
Yeah, there was a hurricane that was so big that it affected weather in Indiana.
Wow, yeah.
I think that was Sandy Hook. Not Sandy Hook, but Hurricane Sandy or something like that.
Oh, Hurricane Sandy, yeah.
And basically, it created weather systems all the way to Indiana.
Jeez.
Because that whole storm system, it came inland, and then after it came inland, it just became a storm that's inland. But it was serious, man. Serious. Yeah. I got a lot of family back in the Midwest and all that, and that was some serious weather. It came in there.
I've only been around one hurricane, and it was when I was it's like the Kiowa Island. It was over in South Carolina, like Hilton Head area down in the right off of the coast. And we had to evacuate. They evacuated us because the hurricane was coming in. And we had to leave the island. That was the closest I got to one. I haven't ever gone through one. At least we don't really get them here in California.
Indiana was really good for tornadoes. I mean, I've seen
tornadoes. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Man, they are no joke. I've seen some tornadoes that were close to 1.5 miles wide.
It was a few years ago. I don't know if it was Indiana. It was one of the middle states. It might have been Indiana. They set a record, or it might have been Oklahoma. They set a record for like the most amount of tornadoes going on at one time, and they had like 270 or something statewide. Wow. It was insane. It was the most ever, recorded in one day. And yeah, it was insane. Crazy all over the state, the entire state. Some of those were like mini ones. They weren't all, huge tornadoes, but they were enough to be categorized as a tornado. So
yeah, they do sound like a freight train. That is no joke. That is no joke. The shopping centers that had the huge that were like half circles, half ovals, and had the huge beams going through them to support the building. We had a grocery store that was like that. Huge place.
Oh, wow.
I mean, one of these beams was taller than me and probably 3 of me wide.
Jeez.
And there was like maybe 20 to 30 supports all through the building. And a tornado came through there and ripped them all out like they were twigs.
Oh, man.
There was 40 feet of the building that got ripped out. And these beams, look, they were ripped and mangled. They had to condemn the building.
Wow.
Because those were main supports. And those beams were huge. And, tore right into it. And that was only about a quarter mile from my house. As the crow flies, we're in Gary there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, it's considered Tornado Alley right there.
Tornado Alley.
Yeah. And basically, when a storm...
Oh, here it is. Oh, I just found the what I was talking about. It was 216 tornadoes in a 24-hour period, April 27th, 2011. And so it took place over a couple states. It was like, it was Indiana, Illinois, parts of Indiana, Illinois, and where was the third? Oh, I just missed where it said. It spanned a 219-mile radius, 216 in 24 hours.
Wow.
That is crazy. It was the tri-state tornado. Indiana, Illinois, and Missouri. Yeah, they were the three.
Yeah, man.
Missouri. Yeah, crazy, huh?
There's a certain path they all take, man. And yeah, it is terrifying. Oh yeah, because
I wonder if that's where. I wonder if that was your Tornado Alley. I wonder if that was part of this 219-mile.
Basically, in Indiana, when you got a thunderstorm that comes in and the sky turns black, Armageddon yellow black, seek shelter.
Oh.
Because basically that dingy yellow black sky, it looks like the world's coming to an end. That's a tornado. Yeah, because it's basically a really bad thunderstorm. In Indiana, when thunderstorms happen, they're huge. Skies turn yellowy dark, and it just looks all sick. It looks like Mordor, actually. Have you seen how Mordor looks in the movie?
Yeah.
It's exactly how a thunderstorm in Indiana looks when it gets real bad.
Wow.
Yeah. Skies
in Arizona, I lived there a couple years, and you'd get they call them haboobs, and there was a huge dust storm that would go from the ground all the way up to the clouds, and it would be a wall miles wide of this just sandstorms, and it would sweep through, and you wouldn't be able to see 10 feet in front of you, and the whole sky would get like this brownish orangish color, and it looked like watching one of those roll in seemed like like a horror movie, like a tsunami of brown sand coming at you, slowly moving towards you, and then once it overtook you, you wouldn't be able to see 10 feet in front of you. Cars would have to pull over, let it pass, and it could take it's deep, so it could take a little while for it to get through.
Crazy.
And then everything would just be sand. It leave sand in its path.
Oh man, that's another thing. If there's a bunch of sandy areas and a tornado comes through, that sand freaking hurts.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you'd have to be inside during these haboobs. Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy thing to see. It looks like Armageddon's about to come and take you. I've never seen anything like it, but it's pretty cool to watch. But very eerie, ominous. It's like that movie, The Fog. That horror movie, The Fog. You see the fog like rolling in. It's like that. Instead of white, it's brown.
Yay,
but it's like a wall, a huge wall.
I let my license expire because November I was very, very distracted in the beginning of the month. I was like basically making a lot of video and content and staying busy.
Mm-hmm. Now, what do you have to do to get it? Do you have to just reapply, or if it expires, they make you take a test again or something?
No. Basically, you got 60 days, and if you go past 60 days, you just got to pay a fee.
Oh, okay.
Oh wow, bunch of security stuff in this. I have a pine tree on my license.
You have a pine tree?
Yeah. A bronzy gold looking one.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, have you ever, talking about going back to 9/11, have you ever seen the trick you can do with the dollar bill?
Yes.
And fold it in such a way where it shows like two towers burning. There's like bushes on fire. It kind of shows the towers and the Pentagon, and It's really crazy. Some of the symbology when you fold that thing. If you haven't seen that, you guys in the chat, just YouTube. I'm sure you could YouTube a video. Just type in like 9/11 on a dollar bill. You'd find some crazy stuff.
You can find stuff on the 20, on the 10.
Yeah.
You can find all the same things. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's the same message for sure.
Hey,
It's just how is that encoded in there? That's
basically, they're artists that are drawing those things. They're artists that
yeah.
draw all the details, and artists, they can have gifts.
But that's something that that they would have to have known they were. Well, I don't know, maybe not, but you think they would have known. They're encoding this if you fold the dollar bill a certain way. I mean, it's a really weird thing to have like pre-planned, and we're talking a long, long time ago when they were developing the artwork for the dollar bill. Hasn't changed that much,
Right.
so to know, to encode something like that when it has to be folded a certain way, that takes real. I mean, if it was intentional, that takes real artistry. If it wasn't intentional, that's even crazier. And it's like Da Vinci. People say he encoded things in his paintings, but you didn't have to fold them a certain way to figure them out. Although some, I think you do. I think there are some that if you almost like mirror the image at a certain length that they do give you like a bigger picture, or there are some encoded images in there, but you have to put them at a certain mirror them at a certain angle to each other. But Da Vinci was known for kind of putting some possible hidden meanings and hidden encoded messages in his paintings. I love watching videos like that, though.
Oh man, I love all kinds of stuff like that.
Hours. You go down the rabbit hole.
All the mysterious stuff that goes bump in the night.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some fun channels out there that do a lot of cool things. There's one called the Impossible Channel. That's a pretty fun one. He gets into all kind of crazy stuff, but it's pretty entertaining. He deals with a lot of weather kind of anomalies and patterns and things. But a lot of interesting structures that have been found that are, pyramid style shapes and all over the world, not just in the Middle East, but
that's
Brazil.
What's the chances of pyramids being on every continent?
Yeah, I mean, right. That indicates
step style, and maybe even some similar techniques in the way some of the stones are look like they're melted together or something.
Right. They're almost like they're cut at such curves that they look like they're melted together, that they're fit perfectly. Where you can't fit a piece of paper between them because they're cut. They form together that close. That's a lot of that in Peru. They have these big, these huge megalithic structures, stones that are kind of like half in the ground and half coming out, and I mean they're enormous, and they're made of let's see, I believe it's andesite. It's called, which is one of the toughest stones on Earth, and these things are cut at like curves and circles and grooves that are, it's hard for us to do them with lasers now. It's still very difficult to do,
right?
And they can't really even get it perfectly right as it appears in these megalithic structures. And how are they doing this stuff? And this kind of stuff appeared all over the world. And if you look into it, a lot of these megalithic structures are around the world are on certain parallels. They match up to the 33rd parallel, north and south. Like you look at Stonehenge and the Serpent Mounts in Ohio. There's several that line up
that are being found.
All the magic what?
What is it? Florida Marquis.
Florida Marquis. No, what?
Yeah,
Magic Waterbeam.
he finds things that are visible on Google Earth. He's found pyramids, not pyramids, but octagons,
Oh yeah.
and that were formed into the ground. And
Yeah, there's some that they found under the ocean too.
he sees. And what's funny is some of the octagons match up with where our Pentagon is.
Very
They're
interesting.
all they're pentagons, not an octagon, but a pentagon.
Pentagon, right? Okay, so if there's the way that DC, Washington DC, is structured is in a pentagon form.
Yep.
And there's a lot of stuff that goes back to Osiris and Egypt and a lot of the Egyptian gods. But there is in both the Vatican City and the Capitol building, the Washington Monument, they are set up the same way, where you have the Capitol building and the St. Peter's Basilica are these dome structures that represent the womb, and then there's an ancient Egyptian obelisk that sits right in the front of St. Peter's, or right in the center of St. Peter's Square, at Vatican City, and it faces directly towards the St. Peter's Basilica, which is the big circle. Well, in DC, you have the same exact setting of the Washington Monument, which is in relation to the Capitol building, which is the dome or the womb, and the phallic symbol is, the Washington Monument and the Egyptian obelisk. So it's very interesting. There's a lot of numerology, a lot of Freemason type stuff. The 33rd being the 33rd, degree, 33rd parallel on the Earth. 33rd degree in Masonry is, the highest.
Right.
Where they know the secret knowledge and all this stuff. I got very fascinated in this because I had gotten into Christianity years ago, kind of, trying to figure out if what I believed, and I pretty much researched for a year into a lot of this stuff, and I came out believing in Christianity. Probably a different kind of take on it. I think a lot of it ties very much into the supernatural, parallel dimensions. I think a lot of what the Bible kind of of what we kind of take the Bible to describe as angels and demons and heaven and hell. I think it's a lot of dimensional type things. And you look at scientists and astrophysicists, and they're all theorizing this kind of stuff today. I think we've just started catching up with it. But
Right.
There is a lot with numerology and Egyptian gods, and a lot of things tie back to biblical principles, and a lot of it ties together. I think it's fascinating. And you see that the Washington Monument itself is like 666 feet high and 666 around as well. It's very, a lot of 666 tying in there, and just really weird stuff, that you think, oh, man, it's just coincidence, but you start putting all these pieces together, and you see how things match up and how they relate to, like, oh, DC was built after the Vatican. They have this, they were intentionally built for the same way, and it's, I don't know, you put things together and you start seeing patterns that are make mere coincidence not so coincidental or intentional, I think. Well, that's right. It's a lot of pagan stuff, Lurch. And then Tommy, you're right. There are pyramids. Antarctica is another. Oh boy, that's a whole nother ball. The only place in the world that every nation has signed a treaty not to fight a war over. How would everyone in the world agree? We're not going to touch Antarctica. We won't fight a war. I mean, how is that? Apparently it's super rich in minerals too.
They can barely agree on trade deals.
They can't agree on anything, yet everyone agrees Antarctica's off limits. Why? There's theories, obviously, but it's interesting. How is that possible? And it's the only place that no civilian can go unless it's on a guided tour, strictly to only regions that they will fly you over, or if it's under government supervision. Otherwise, they will arrest you. If you try to go off on your own in Antarctica, you can't do it. So there's a lot of weird stuff. Look into Admiral Byrd if you haven't heard. If you've never heard of this guy.
Yeah, I've watched all kinds of stuff.
Yeah,
like
Admiral Byrd. That's a really fascinating story. Gets in all kind of stuff. Talking about lands beyond what we've seen, a whole continent as big as America that's never been seen before, beyond the ice wall. It's just really, it's really crazy. And this guy was an admiral in the military. He came out and said this on national TV, and then just a short time later, well, wouldn't you know, he's found dead.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Crazy stuff, yeah. You don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know. But
All right. We
it's
got.
fun to research.
I just found something really funny. I found it actually a while ago.
Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh yeah. Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's funny. Putin.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Oh yeah. That's just freaking funny. That's real good too.
It is. You know, when I saw those horses, I saw like early still shots of those things. They were filming them, and I thought, oh, these. I wonder what they're going to turn these into. You know, what are they going to use? What kind of CGI and makeup and costuming are they put on these horses? And then you find out it's just horses with like a large mane. that's all they did. I thought they were going to be a lot cooler.
There's an article I just found by Inverse on Twitter. Those space horses in Rise of Skywalker have a name. Thank you very much. And they're not riding them in space, we think.
Well, I don't think they're in space. I think they're below. Yeah, I don't think they're in space. I think they're probably on one of those Star Destroyers that starts lifting off out of the ice, on the surface.
Is that a response to space horses? Jeez, are they saying that we shouldn't call them space horses?
Yeah, I guess so.
This is
low orbit horses.
Yeah, it's an Inverse article from October 22nd.
Inverse article.
Yeah.
October 22nd. Okay.
Look in the private chat. You'll find the link there. But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Those space horses have a name. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
This is basically about the trailer that appeared on Monday Night Football in between.
Oh yeah, it was right after it came out.
Didn't we do a live stream?
Oh, they're called Orbach. Like Orbach Redenbacher.
Orbox.
Orbox. Wasn't that the first name of the popcorn guy, Orbach Redenbacher? Or is that
Orville?
Orville Redenbacher.
Orville Redenbacher. I've actually seen that
Orville
guy before he passed away.
You saw him?
There's a popcorn festival in Indiana.
Oh wow!
It was started by him. I think.
I bet it was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked at that.
But yeah, over Redenbacher, there was a popcorn festival in Indiana. Because all the corn they grew there. Man, you should see the deer there, man. They're big as elk. Because they eat the corn.
Mm.
Yeah.
Wow.
Huge. There was one time me and my friend Jamar, we were on the outskirt of my neighborhood. There's a huge sidewalk that goes down to the apartments, but on the other side of the road, and once you get so far, there's dunes and woods to the left, and there's dunes and woods to the right across the street, and that's Potawatomi Trail. And so we're smoking a cigarette, and So I look up, I put my arm in front of Jamar and stop, and I don't move my mouth, but I tell him not to breathe, not to move. There's 4 huge buck in front of us.
Oh wow.
They're eye
The
level.
whole rack on the head and everything.
Try a 10 point, 12 point.
Wow.
Huge. Biggest racks I ever seen in my life, man. And I've been around Garrett and been around the woods a lot because there's lots of woods in Gary too. And there's also lots of woods where I went to high school at in Portage. And so they sit there and they huffed at us.
They weren't happy about you being there.
Rut. And that's mating season for deer. And they were protecting the babies and the does that just crossed behind them. And we sat there for what felt like 10 or 12 minutes. They were staring us down, huffing and puffing at us because I seriously thought they were going to charge us.
Now, did you have anything with you? Any guns or anything, just
No,
in case, or knife, Rambo style knife?
No. Once they started charging, there's nothing but to do. Run to the left.
Run to the left.
Yeah, they're charging at you. Dodge out of the way.
Oh, really? Left or right? I thought there was something about
You
the
don't
left.
run away from a charging deer. You just dodge to the left or the right. And
roll out of the way
because
hopefully
we didn't want to have 18 or 20 holes in us from their collective racks charging us. And it's very dangerous during rut season to be out in the woods. A lot of us will wear scent that will make them go away when we're going out in the woods.
What kind of scent is that?
Oh, I forget what it's called. It doesn't smell very good to them. We can hardly smell it, but it doesn't smell good to them. And yeah, that was lucky.
Oh, yeah, that is lucky. That'd be quite a predicament to be in. They start charging you.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Yeah, it
out of the way.
It probably wouldn't have been pretty. And once they decided to walk away, they just turned around and walked slowly across the street.
Oh yeah, no rush.
No rush.
They're not worried. They're not worried about getting out of your way.
My friend Jamar, man, he never seen nothing like that, and he was just like, "Whoa." Yeah, you don't want to be on the wrong end of an antler.
Oh gosh, yeah. And he probably never went back into the woods after that, or he got obsessed with it. One way or the other.
Yeah, it got his attention. He never seen nothing like that.
Yeah, that would shock you for sure.
Mm-hmm. Looks like the chat's got a conversation going on.
Yeah, they're talking about Antarctica. So Tommy said, they had a map of Antarctica from 500 years ago or something that they couldn't confirm until we had satellites recently.
Really?
Yeah, they believe Antarctica had life on it, and there still are parts that are warm. Interestingly enough,
that is interesting. It's like they don't want us. They don't want us to know.
No. Yeah, they don't want us to know. There's something there. Obviously, there's something there because you don't have every country in the world agreeing not to fight any wars over that land.
I mean, what's the chance?
There's something there that's like world changing.
Yeah, what's the chances of every country in the world just agreeing on something? Like,
yeah,
wow, how did that happen?
0. And we know it's rich in minerals, so that's a reason alone to fight a war over it. I mean, times have we seen war fought over? I mean, oil alone, So you've got a nutrient, mineral-rich area of the earth that every country in the world agrees. Oh no, we won't touch it. Like, yeah, come on, something's going down.
What if they found something that's worth more than that? More than the
well,
minerals?
That's right. Maybe something like that. Yeah. Plus, you've had every world leader. There was a conference that there were world leaders flying down there. all at the same time.
Remember that?
Yeah, they were all flying down there at the same time. John Kerry went down.
They all have grim-looking faces.
Yeah, and there was something that Buzz Aldrin was down there for some reason. He was invited along with this, and he came up and had said some weird stuff like, never going back there, and just weird things that were, I don't know, made people wonder like, what the heck, what happened down there?
Yeah, there's all kinds of weird stories surrounding that.
Mm-hmm.
Bunch of strangeness.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's something strange for sure going on there that they don't want us to know about. Whatever's down there. It's another good topic for the late night.
Yeah.
Late.
You ever see a Bigfoot before?
No, I have not. I like watching a lot of videos on the Bigfoot though.
Yeah,
I have not.
Very, very majestic.
Have you seen one?
Honestly, I cannot say.
Hmm.
Yeah, I can't say that one, but I know they're real. I know they're out there.
Interesting. Yeah, I believe they're definitely out there. There's too many sightings and stories that, have credible people behind them, and a lot of sounds that have been recorded that matched up to other animals that they don't match up.
Right. Yeah, it's and there's some pretty bad experiences that people have had.
Yeah.
And I knew someone that lived in an area where there were Sasquatch, Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
And, so this person's teenage kids decided to have a party.
I don't know.
And and Sasquatch decided he thought that these kids shouldn't be doing what they're doing. like any old, like a parent in the neighborhood, he yelled at them, roared at them,
Annoying them.
no,
kids, get off my lawn.
He roared at them. No, they were in their part. They were at the house. My friend was gone, and
Okay.
doing errands and running, and it came up to the window and roared into the window.
Wow! Right up to the window.
Yeah, put its face in the window. They seen it, and it roared at him.
Man.
And basically, your mom's not going to like what you're doing. That's basically what it meant. And then it left. And so when she got home, she was like, "Okay, what happened?" And they told her, "It's like, what were you doing? You were doing something you shouldn't have." And so they were caught. Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, party's over.
Yep. So yeah, you don't in some areas, and
Well, there's a lot up by you and there's a lot in Washington from a lot of accounts.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a secret. Just be respectful of the land. If you're in the woods in the mountains somewhere, and there's Sasquatch out there, just be respectful. That's all it is. That's really what it's all about. And if you're in their territory, you got tobacco on you, offer up tobacco and says, "I'm just passing through." That's all you do.
Tobacco.
Yeah, it's sacred.
Tobacco's
sacred. And you just be on about your way, and they won't bother you. But if you go into an area and you're being disrespectful, you very well could have a bad experience. And so, and just like anywhere, when you go anywhere, you just be respectful, and you should get along well, you know. And it's just the basics.
Yeah. Treat others as you'd like to be treated.
Yeah, just the basics.
Now, where do you think they come from? What do you think they are?
They've been here longer than we have.
Yeah, that's what I would guess as well.
Yeah. And a lot of the native nations know about them, and there's teachings about them and stuff like that. But you know, just got to be respectful if you're in the woods where they're at, because that's their hunting grounds, their hunting lands.
What do they hunt?
Good question. Probably deer.
Yeah, I would guess deer.
The way I don't know if they're herbivore. What do you call it?
It's carnivores or herbivores. Yeah, herbivores.
Herbivores.
Herbivores or carnivores.
If they're both.
That's a good question. I actually don't. Yeah, I don't know. I've never.
When if they do both.
I don't know. I've never heard anyone really say or talk about what they think they eat. I like to think they're herbivores.
Crystal Lake.
Ooh, Camp Crystal Lake.
Oh yeah.
That's not a good place to go on Friday the 13th.
Nope.
Which was just a couple days ago. Last night. Yeah, last night, Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah.
And it was like a full moon too.
Yes. I believe I
Double whammy.
was on a live stream and I went outside and I showed the full moon.
Oh, you did? Nice.
I don't know if it was during the live stream or not. I can't. It was a fairly long stream.
Well, that was the 6-hour one you were.
No. This was last night.
Oh, okay.
It might have been after the stream was over, but I went outside and the moon was showing. The sky had cleared a little bit and it looked pretty good. But yeah, on one stream I started was a car video starting out because
you were doing a car video.
Yeah, I was on a live stream and I had to go get Smugs, and I'm very unfortunate that there's really good signal around here, so I was live streaming on CJ's channel from my phone.
Oh.
Because technically I could get on my phone and take this live stream outside and we could see the moon. So who wants to see the moon?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Take a little look.
What is this? Hail all, it's Wrench City, 3:24 a.m. Oh, Eastern time, huh?
Yeah, 12:26 here.
Jeff B. Who is that? Hey, welcome, Jeff B, to the chat. I'll actually be able to
Jeff B, what's going on?
have some tobacco. Huh.
Yeah, let me see. There you go. So it was a full moon and Friday the 13th. A lot of people were losing their minds.
Oh man, there was a lot of live streams going on too.
I hadn't realized it until about halfway through the night.
Let's see. I think Doomcock was live. Friday Night Frolics. Gary was live. Friday Night Tights. There's a few others. Yeah, and I was feeling tired, and I said goodbye to everybody in Friday Night Tights, and I was going to go to bed, and then all of a sudden I'm not tired no more, and I got a message alert from CJ, and so I was like, okay, I'm going on there. So I did not go to bed when I thought I was going to.
Yeah, I was stuck at work last night.
So I am going to prepare to go outside and show you the moon. And moving around when you have a headset attached to your head and the cord's partially under the thing on there, and then don't want to break
Yeah.
the headset
Not the easiest, huh?
because I'm like tethered, you know.
Right.
So, what kind of temperatures you got going on down there right now? What kind of temperatures you got going on down there?
What'd you say, Bear?
So, what kind of temperatures you got going on down there?
Oh, it's right now. It's 54 degrees, 55 degrees. Yeah, so I mean, to us it's cold, but to the rest of the world it's pretty mild.
You know,
It used to be like spring to me. I mean, that 55 in December, I'd be like, oh, this is spring. But now I've acclimated. I've become a wuss, and this is like, oh boy, this is jacket weather.
yeah, I've acclimated to rain. I've got
Yeah.
feet now and toes and fingers.
Yeah.
It rains so much here.
Yeah, we don't get it much here.
Okay. Yeah, I was on CJ's stream. I had to go to the store and get smokes. Actually, I went to the res to get smokes. There you are. Let's see what the temperature is. Ooh, 39. Yeah, 39.
That is colder.
It was about 45 earlier today.
Yeah, that's still cold but manageable.
And it's going to get colder. It's going to be 37. And tomorrow it'll be 43. Yeah, when it rains around here, it'll be anywhere between 45 to 50 something degrees.
Now, do you get a lot of snow?
Occasionally we do. And when it decides to snow, man, it really snows, but it's not around for more than 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, probably too warm, so it melts.
Pardon me. Where'd my yard go on my phone?
Hey, Decoy, what's up?
I will do this. I had a yard open on my Samsung internet browser, but it disappeared.
Oh, you're trying. Oh, okay, you're trying to switch over now. Can you do that while you're live streaming? Are you streaming on your phone right now?
I will be here in a minute.
Okay, it's not gonna kill the feed.
No, not at all.
Oh, you'll just join yourself. I got
Right.
it. There'll be two of you.
All right. If it'll let me, because right now T-Mobile signal's been being funny all day.
It's 8:33. Time for breakfast, spliff, and a beer. When you're drinking brew for breakfast, Rudy can't fail.
I don't know if it's Streamer that's having problems, but everything else connects, but it's not wanting to connect on my phone for some reason. So tell us an interesting story when my phone reboots. The little things that go bump in the night, you know, the things that make the.
Oh, okay. So I'll tell you this. So when I went to college, I was I had my first dorm I was in. It was in Brooklyn Heights in New York.
Ooh.
And
Old
this
buildings.
yeah, a lot of old buildings, and this was one of them. It was this old famous hotel in the like 50s and 60s. It was like a lot of Hollywood movie stars would stay there. Because it was right across from the city, so you'd get these great views of downtown. I actually, my window looked out onto the World Trade Center every morning for the first semester I was there, and then I moved to Manhattan the next year, which is when 9/11 happened. So, but I would wake up staring at the Twin Towers, and I'd go to bed looking at the Twin Towers. It was, man, they were beautiful. But this building was a old hotel. They then closed it down. It had become an AIDS hospital in the 80s, and they had closed that down. And then it became a college dorm room. There were a few colleges that shared this place. And when I got there, I was in one side. Our college was in one side that that was it was the nicer of the two parts of the building. And but I had heard stories. People would tell me, I was in the shower and my door was locked. My roommate wasn't home, and I was in the shower and I heard this knock outside in the room. And when I came out, CDs would be like swiped to the ground. They'd be like someone had just come and just pushed them all over. But the door was still locked from the inside. Roommate wasn't home. Just a lot of weird things here and there. Well, the other side of the building, where there was another college on that side, and that had a lot of stories. The lights would flicker on and off. It was just a very weird vibe. You'd know when you crossed over to this other part of the building. Well, there we heard that there was an access point to get to the roof of the of the building. So we wanted to go up there, have some beers and hang out up there. So we put together a little team just to kind of go and scope it out. So I went with two of my friends. One was gonna hold up, stay by the door of the because you had to take an elevator up, cross over to the other side of the building, take an elevator up to the top floor, and then walk to a stairwell, and then take the stairwell up to what we believe would be the roof. So we had one person walking or holding the door open, and then me and my friend were going to go up and see if we could get to the roof. And we were climbing up the stairs, and and we see. I stand on one of the platforms, and as I'm, I look up, and it's dark. The lights in the stairwell we were at were on, but the one on top that led to the door that led to the roof was there was no light there. It was dark. It was out. So you could see shadows, but it was not lit up. And there was a little catwalk there. So I take a step. I'm on the platform, and I take a step onto the stairs that's going to lead right to this little catwalk. And as soon as I take a step, I hear what can only be described as like the most hellish type banshee scream I've ever heard in my life. And my heart stopped instantly, and I grabbed my friend who also heard it, and I like threw him down the stairs and leaped, to get to the door to go back to the elevator, because it was the most, it was like something screaming right through your soul. So high pitched and just scary. It was not human. You could just tell that there was nothing. No human that would make that sound. So we went back down. Yeah, it sounded like a banshee. I mean, it sounded like a banshee. That's the only thing I can describe it as. It like pierced your soul. So we run frantically down, and we go back to our friend's dorm room, and there's a bunch of them there waiting for us to come back because we were scoping it out. I want to be one of the ones that scoped it out. So we go back and we tell them the story. Guys, you can't imagine that we just had this experience. We heard this thing. It was Kathleen Kennedy. That's great. Tyler in the chat. So we say, okay. Oh, by the way, this whole time I had two slippers on. Well, not slippers, but like sandals. And I lost one of my sandals as I jumped on the stairwell. I lost one of my sandals there, but I didn't want to go back for it because it was, we were all so freaked out. So that was a part of the story too, my sandals. So we decide, let's get a crew of us, more of us, and let's go back and figure out, maybe it was like an alarm or something that we were imagining, something crazy like that. And we just thought we heard this hellish scream, but it was really a high pitched alarm, something like that. So we go back with a bunch of us, and we've got like, one person at the elevator this time, and like one person at the stairs, and there's like four of us that go up the stairs. First of all, my sandal is gone. And this is only probably 15 minutes later, 10, 15 minutes later. My sandal's gone. There's no sign of it. And we're able to actually get all the way up. So we walk back on the stairwell and no sound. We don't hear anything. We looked all around the walls, everything for some kind of alarm, or a speaker or something. There was nothing there. So we go back down and we say, all right, let's talk to security and see, maybe they'll tell us if there's this alarm there, or if someone turned in my sandal. And sure enough, we talked to security. The sandal was gone. No one ever saw it and never got it back and never reported. And the security said, they're like, no, that area is closed off up there. We don't have any alarms or anything there. And I said, really? Because I heard like the most hellish sounding, high-pitched screaming kind of that I've never heard in my life. I would have sworn it was like some kind of alarm system that I, just imagined being some kind of scream, but it was nothing. So I still don't know, to this day what it was, but that was over the part of the hospital that was very, not the hospital, the part of the dorm that was once the AIDS hospital. That was very, very haunted stories. Because a lot of people apparently died of AIDS in the 80s there. So, yeah, and they made it. So, I don't know. That's my crazy ghost story.
Wild.
Well.
So, let's see here.
Oh, you got the video working there.
Yeah. Something got touched when it was in my pocket. Because I got to be careful when I get in my pocket. Don't touch nothing or buttons. Otherwise, you back yourself out of the stream.
No, yeah. And then the stream would be, what happens then? It just ends, I guess.
No, it won't end.
We both back out?
It's still open on my laptop.
Oh, okay.
And I just come in through my phone. And go outside now and see the moon. I remember I was watching Doomcock's live stream, and he suggested everybody go outside and look at the stars. And so we did. But this idea, I was like, well, hey, I can go outside with the stream and then show everybody. Can you hear me?
I
Okay.
can, yeah. I can hear you.
So according to the weather thing, it's cloudy. Okay.
The weather people in California have the easiest job ever. Sunny.
Yeah.
Chance of rain's always like 5%, never happens.
Yeah.
Say that every day and you're a genius. I'd love to be a weatherman here.
All right. I am, let's see here.
Pineapples and ham on pizza. Huh. That's Hawaiian style pizza.
That's different.
Canadian ham. Canadian bacon.
So if you look right there, the moon is trying to come out.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's a good view. There you go. Yeah.
And so I'm going to get my finger out of the camera away. I can now have me some tobacco. And I can actually see the chat too. Answering the chat will be another thing.
Yeah.
Now, come on, moon, come on out. I don't know if you guys can see the clouds up there. Moon's kind
I
of
can see. Yeah, I can see the clouds up there. It's coming in pretty good.
This is a 12 megapixel camera on the backside of this camera.
Tyler said those trees are creeping me out. Creeping me out, man.
Well, there's a tree there.
Bionic Belly Button asked, Bear, have you been streaming long or are you new to streaming?
I'm fairly new, really. It's
Yeah,
just recently.
We're all kind of new.
Yeah, it's just recently
We're all
I started
at the same time.
getting better at it. And I've been watching Gary, I've been watching Nerdrotic, been watching John Talks, I've been watching a lot of YouTubers, and they all give all the ones that've been out there a while. They all give really good advice.
Yeah.
And I try to listen when they do.
Yeah. He was Bionic. Bear was on Nerdrotic the other day streaming in the panel, in the den.
Yes, I was.
And then the Slender Man jumps out. You see any werewolves there, Bear? Decoy asked.
Werewolves?
I think Decoy, you might have missed. We were talking about Sasquatch earlier. I think you came in after that conversation, but yeah, we were talking about that. We didn't get into werewolves though.
Looks like we're gonna get to see the moon, maybe.
Oh, there we go. Come on,
Yeah.
moon.
See the grandmother moon.
It'd be something if you caught a little UFO action right now.
That would be cool.
As we
That
were
would
live
be
streaming.
cool. Now,
Yeah, that moon's looking pretty bright there. It's coming through.
yeah. Come on, Grandma Moon. Come on, cloud people. Show us the moon, please.
Let it peek through.
Here.
All of a sudden it turns into like the bat signal.
Yeah. Okay. Gotta do something real quick.
I've got a tobacco pipe that I like to smoke every now and then.
Okay.
Ooh, Tyler. Or have they?
Okay, we'll see what'll happen now.
Fourth Wave Late Edition. We like to get into
Yeah,
all the weird stuff and
we like to talk about the weird stuff.
weird stuff.
Ooh, I can tell my haunted house story.
Oh, tell your haunted house story.
I just remembered. You know, I used to live in Sacramento, California.
X-Files theme intensifies. The Chinese, yeah, they apparently have a lander up on the dark side. We
Yeah.
don't know though. So they were having a
basically,
live stream of it. I guess.
I lived in Sacramento, California. I went to Greer Elementary. I live right down the road from the American River.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and there was this house, this white abandoned house that me and my friend used to sneak into, and he fell through the floor.
Ooh. It's already the beginning of a good haunted house story.
And the floor was there, but wasn't.
The floor that was there wasn't?
Yes, I seen it with my own eyes. I was 10, he was 9, and we always heard the stories about the house being haunted. And when that happened, we ran our little butts out of that house as fast as we can. And our friends were just looking at us. They thought we were nuts. They thought we were crazy.
Like, yeah. So what happened? Like you were walking on a floor, and then one minute it wasn't there.
It was him. He was right in front of me, and I grabbed his hand real quick and pulled him back, and we ran out of there so fast.
So you saw a floor, but then it disappeared.
He fell through it like it was invisible.
Oh, so it was there, but it wasn't physically there.
Yeah,
I see. Okay.
Yeah, and after that, we ran because we heard noises too. We heard what we thought were voices.
Ooh, that's crazy.
Yeah, it didn't sound friendly.
Floors that aren't there, like a hologram floor.
Yeah, pretty much. I've never seen nothing like it in my life.
Yeah, the glitched floor. Yeah, the glitched floor.
Yeah, glitch.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Over there, you can see Christmas lights.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
Nice. Got a little bit of the moon there. Yeah, I can see some red lights.
That
Looks
there
like.
is that's a house. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
the
can see
Christmas
some
light.
of the moon here. We might see more of the moon here in a minute. So yeah, for 39, it doesn't feel too bad.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's 39 there. Huh? Now, what do you? Are you bundled up, or how do you handle 39?
I have a gray button up underneath my flannel, and the gray button up it's almost like waterproof type.
Okay.
It doesn't breathe. Put it to you that way. It does not breathe. So it's great for a thermal layer.
It's like what, like the kind of a waffle style thermal shirt.
No, it's it's a stretchy. It's a little stretchy, and it's slightly silky. And the first time I got the shirt, it was like it's like it kept getting overheated in it, and it's like this shirt don't breathe.
Yeah, not good for the summer months.
At night, I would wear it at night because it still gets pretty chilly at night. Surrounded by mountains.
Yeah.
Because got Mount Rainier to the northwest of us.
Oh, Mount Rainier, right?
We have Mount St. Helens that is Not far from Vancouver. Vancouver's about an hour and a half, hour and 40-minute drive south. And Mount Rainier is probably like an hour and 20 minutes from me. Not Mount Rainier, but Mount St. Helens.
How far is
Yeah.
Mount Rainier from you?
45-minute drive.
Oh,
Because I go on the other side of Mount Rainier, and I go sage picking in Yakima, by the Yakima River.
Hmm.
And when I go out there sage picking, I never get bothered by the Yakima sheriff, because the Yakima Tribal Police patrol that road right there. And one time they just asked me to park on the other side because a lot of people their cars been getting hit and stuff. And so he just asked me to move my car to the other side where it would be out of the way.
Tyler said if you get the right telescope, you can kind of see the American flag on the moon. What kind of powered telescope would that be?
Really?
I can't even see the American flag across the street in the guy's yard across the street.
Yeah.
The moon's
That's
200
amazing.
some thousand miles away. Yeah, that's a super high powered telescope. I would be interested in seeing that.
Well, the chat jumped.
It's messy.
Now,
Yeah.
Now I understand. The chat jumped.
Sometimes you have to follow it on Twitter. Sometimes on like the StreamYards, it doesn't move as fast as it does. I think on Twitter sometimes. Oh, space telescopes, yeah, but the ones that us civilians can get. Or maybe you can get those. I don't know. Can you get a space telescope, like a super high-powered one? I'm sure you can, but it'd probably cost an astronomical amount.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be pretty cool.
Well, if the clouds move just a little bit quicker, there's a opening, small one, if it moves that way. Because if you look up, the clouds are being illuminated by the moon,
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah,
and there's that tree again.
yeah. Scary tree.
Yeah. I can't see it from here, but I guess it's a silhouette, huh?
Oh yeah, it's a silhouette. Yeah,
Yeah.
it sticks out large.
Drew got a good screen capture of the moon the other night. I'm gonna have to remind him to send me that.
The full moon.
Because right now, how the camera's pointed straight up, that's where the moon was, and they cleared it enough to where you can see the moon and the mist around the moon. And he caught a screen grab of it. Yeah, I got some pictures of it, but the screen grab he got was like pretty good.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty cloudy there. It looks like.
Oh yeah.
You said you said you were getting rain earlier today.
Oh yeah, it was raining all day today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Car coming.
Oh, there's a car coming. Activity.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Depends
guess
on
it
the
is
activity, I
Saturday
guess.
night.
Look at that.
Yeah, there you go. That's coming out a little bit there.
Oh yeah. All right. Tell me prayer don't work. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, look at it, just peeking through there.
Yep.
Finally get some of it.
That's the little window I was talking about. There's a couple more coming. There's another one to my right, going right toward it. And the clouds are moving. It'll be there pretty quick.
It's amazing how bright that moon can get. And it's amazing how bright that gets too.
That's a cigarette. Yeah, believe it or not, yeah. Imagine that. That's weird,
A
huh?
little flame ball of fire. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty. Waiting for that. See, right there is where that little window is in the cloud. It's moving
Yeah,
right
kind of
toward where
covered.
the yeah. Yeah, it's moving right toward where the moon's at.
Hmm.
But yeah, when it's clear at night, I come out here. I come out here every night and have a cigarette, and clears up, and stars are pretty cool. You see Mars when it was close.
Oh no, I didn't. When was that? Was it recently? Right.
I want to say um, August.
Earlier this year. Yeah.
Yeah, August and
Mhm.
September.
Yeah, I do
Both
remember that. Yep.
Mars and I think Mercury were both the closest they've ever been in a while.
We also had a perfect alignment this year,
Yeah, we did.
which is super rare. Yeah, a lot of astronomical anomalies and signs this year.
Oh yeah. I imagine that tree looks like the way I'm seeing it in silhouette.
Yeah.
That there is a Douglas fir. So
Oh,
is that.
Douglas fir. They make good Christmas trees.
Oh yeah. My grandma, her favorite Christmas tree was blue fir. Yeah, look, that hole in the cloud's getting closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was out here after the live stream. Me and Drew were in a yard hanging out, and I went out for a cigarette, and there was a huge, huge face in the cloud.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But that was a live stream, and I didn't show it.
Oh, you should have. That's like Mufasa.
Stuff like that. Not supposed to show that.
Mm.
Yeah. But that right there, the moon. The moon's gonna pop out again. Get my finger out of the way. Yeah, too bad we didn't have like control over Zoom, you know?
Ah, yeah. I know.
Another car coming. Hey, the moon's coming out. See that? A little bit.
Yeah. Chat was silent there, Tommy. Then you
Then it jumped. See that?
Yeah, signs of life again.
Yeah. Car came through creeping.
Oh.
Yeah, car came creeping into the complex.
Still there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I got a notification. You've used 48% of your unlimited data.
Oh.
Yeah. Got that
It's
yesterday.
unlimited. Why do you?
Yeah, it's
Why does it
Yeah.
matter?
exactly. But the next day it reset. And my phone was acting like I was still restricted. And so I restarted it, and then poof, it was working fine. Sweet unpaved road.
Is your road unpaved? Oh yeah.
Is no, this one.
Yes.
Our complex is at the end of a street, so there's no through traffic that really comes through. Only the people that live here and the people they have coming all hours of the night. Hint.
I live off of a very busy street in LA, and it's as quiet as can be on my street. Amazingly, somehow, it's a very nice little quiet neighborhood type street. But all around me, you go 2 blocks away, it's quite different.
Okay. Now the trick: get the phone back in my pocket without touching nothing.
Hitting a
There we
button
go.
and cutting it off.
Yeah, don't step in the puddle. I got to have 2 smokes. The moon showed for a little bit, and that was cool.
We caught some moonage.
And close the door. Don't lock the wife out. My son was asking me if I was done live streaming.
Oh,
He likes to play Fortnite, and right now he's not, because if he plays Fortnite, it makes it hard to stream.
it takes too much bandwidth.
Yep.
Was he watching the live event today?
I'm sure he did. But Star Wars
They
isn't
had
his thing. He doesn't like the new Star Wars. He asked me to watch the old Star Wars. He goes,
That's good. Well trained.
Can I watch the original Star Wars? So he's watched A New Hope. The next one he wants to watch is Empire Strikes Back.
So he hasn't seen it yet.
No.
He's just seen A New Hope.
Right.
Man, to be able to watch those again for the first time.
Yeah. And I do have the 2008 version that has the unaltered.
That's right. We've talked about that before. Yeah, the DVD, the original.
Yeah.
Original.
I paid $49 for that 2008 DVD trilogy set.
Yeah, that's good.
You know how much that same trilogy set's going for now?
How much is it going for now?
$200.
My God, the DVD, the same one you have?
The same one, yeah, exact same one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, CJ's still up. Wait, Tommy, CJ's still up right now too, streaming, and Tommy said he started an argument there about the Snyder Cut. Oh God, who's in his chat? Who's a pro Snyder Cut? Tournament doesn't. Is CJ pro Snyder Cut?
I don't know.
Snyder's he's gonna have to do a cut now, just so it does exist.
Right.
Take all the film and do it. Wouldn't that be crazy if this movement won and he had to do it? He had to make a Snyder Cut just because the demand was there. He never had one to begin with, but because the release of Snyder Cut got so popular, he was forced into making a Snyder Cut. Unfinished and unreleasable. Yeah. But what if he goes back now and finishes it after the demand?
Yeah, really.
You still have to get the rights though from
Hello.
Warner Brothers, I guess.
Echo.
I hear it. It's a cool effect.
You hear it twice, eh?
I do.
And I got the phone near the mic and it doesn't create feedback.
I don't know, Tommy. You see all the other money, all the other crap they spend money on in that studio. I wouldn't be too surprised.
So that was fun.
I mean, they released the Donner cut for Superman finally. Superman 2. Have you ever seen that, Bear? The Donner cut? Richard Donner cut?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's got some like test footage they edit in. Alternate ending.
It looks like CJ is playing a game. Oh, he's playing
Oh, he's streaming a video game?
yeah, he's playing a Star Wars game.
Oh,
Hey Tommy, which one's he playing?
Is it an old game? Or is it the Fallen Order?
I'm not sure.
I gotta get back to I've been playing Fallen Order. I like it. It's pretty fun. Oh, he is. Yeah. Which game is it, Bionic? I guess I should go to the stream.
Yeah, we're gonna go there here in a minute, but we're gonna do
Myself
something.
here.
We're gonna do something here real quick.
Older game, not sure which.
Let's see here.
A Star Wars one. Yeah. Well, it had Wampas in it. Oh, well, they
You
did
see
have
that?
Wampas in some of the. Yeah. No, was it a first-person shooter game?
Look at the screen.
Oh, let me see. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Oh, yes. This is he's playing the original. I think that's the Battlefront 2, the original one though. I think that's
Yeah.
what that. Or is he playing? No, yeah, I think that's Battlefront 2. I think that's what that is.
So yeah, check it out, folks. This is what CJH is doing.
We're streaming his stream.
Yeah.
Bionic, let him know. I see you in their chat. or Tommy, you guys are both there. Tell him we're streaming his stream on our stream in honor of him.
In honor of him, yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we were we were streaming with him. We've kept this going though.
Yeah,
I
with
mean,
Bionic Belly
technically
Button.
we are.
We were in a it's 10 minutes shy of a 6-hour stream, and it was off the hook funny.
We're technically streaming with him right now. He just
Technically,
doesn't
yeah.
know it. He's just not aware of it.
So here in about 5 minutes, everybody in chat,
Yeah,
we
it's
want to go over to
Battlefront 2.
CJ's stream and help his watcher count, and we'll go over there and create.
I've got this game for Xbox One. They re-released it. So you could get in the arcade, and I picked it up. So I could, if he's playing Xbox One, I could go on and play with him. I could stream and play with him right now. I don't know if he's playing the Xbox One version though. That's pretty cool. Clip of the movie Rise of Skywalker today. It wasn't really much of a clip. I mean, you see them exit off I guess they're docking in like one of the Star Destroyers, and they get off the little transport ship, kill 2 stormtrooper for whatever first order troopers, and then Rey does the mind trick on the other 2, which we've seen from the trailer. So it wasn't like a big scene that really showed anything we hadn't seen before, other than them killing 2 stormtroopers, blasting them. So that was it. But it was a pretty interesting. It was really interesting to see a live event like that, though. J.J. Abrams was there live. They made a avatar for him, and he was his voice was live. It was kind of crazy seeing. It was it was very like a very futuristic kind of occurrence. Live stream. Everyone's in their little avatars, meeting at this one place in the map on a game. That what's it called, the video game movie Ready Player One. It had that kind of preliminary version of that.
Hey, A little shout out to Fatal J. Thanks for the idea.
Where's Fatal J?
Fatal J does this every now and then just for shits and giggles. I watched one of his videos. It was funnier than Get Out.
Oh, this is when he hijacks the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He's great at that. Hijacking the stream. It is pretty cool that we can do this.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Jack the stream with ninja speed.
Ninja speed.
His mic is Lurch is on there too live.
Yeah.
I just realized it was Lurch.
Yeah.
On there. I don't know Jens Pender. I don't know who that is.
Oh, I hope he. Yeah, I've live streamed with him.
You know, we're crossing streams right now. This is like a version of crossing the streams.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ghostbusters says, "Don't cross the streams."
Yeah, we're crossing the streams.
We're crossing the streams. I'm a bad guinea pig. Never cross the streams.
So,
Never cross the streams. That's how messes happen. Yeah, he's on the same mission.
has he done a repeat yet?
I think he's still trying to beat the mission. Oh, Lurch got dropped.
He was spinning wheeling a little bit ago.
He was spinning.
Yeah, he had a little spinning wheel.
Oh.
That normally means something's buffering. Wrong time to buffer, I guess, huh?
I like how we're like giving a play-by-play.
Yeah.
We're reading their chat on our stream. Let's see what they're saying over there. We're reading what Tommy's saying over there, and then Tommy's commenting over here.
Someone saying stop it. It's all right.
You are everywhere.
Let's go over there and help their stream out.
All right, let's go over there.
Let me real quick. Let me rustle up the link.
We can all be together on one stream again.
Yeah. Okay. Look in the creator chat. I put the link in there. All right, everybody. Go over to CJH stream. We're going to go over there here in a second. You'll see the link in the channel chat.
Got it.
We will meet you over there.
All right. Most of them are already over. If not everyone is already over there.
Yeah.
So
I put the link. I knew as soon as I put the link in there, they go. So we're bringing people to the party.
all right. That's how we do it.
Hail to the Phantom Menace. Have a good
Hail to the Phantom Menace.
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you. Good night. And
Good night, everybody.
McClunky. Maybe good.